Missed it by that much.
Ravenclaw.
Hello there. Hello there.
Octagon Velveeta.
Mischief managed.
Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. I'm Orrinn, and tonight my lights are being all funky. That's gonna drive me nuts. Anyway, hopefully that fixes it. Welcome in everybody. How are you all doing? As you can tell by the single cam setup intro view thing, I'm all thrown, y'all. As you can tell, it's just me tonight, unfortunately. We were planning on playing some Pantheon. A couple things got in the way. One being our garage door suddenly broke tonight. So the bolts in the arm that connect to the drivetrain and the door just pulled straight out of the door. So yeah, I was dealing with that. We were having a grocery delivery happening soon, and then I noticed, the garage door isn't opening. Fantastic. And I go and I look at it, and yeah, the bolts just ripped right out of the metal. So, yeah, maybe tomorrow morning.
Ravenclaw.
And then on top of that, Kylaris progressively has been getting a worse and worse headache all day. So, yeah, I think kind of maybe sinus related or something. But yeah, so we were originally planning on playing Pantheon tonight, and unfortunately that kind of fell through. Is what it is though, but yeah, I will for sure. So I thought, well, we're gonna be out our tank, and I would have liked to have gotten started maybe an hour earlier, honestly. But with the garage door and everything going on, I wasn't able to get here until 10. So, oh, hello, Lady Blackheart. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Orrinn. I'm a family-friendly variety streamer. I typically stream with my wife, Kylaris, who is unfortunately not feeling well tonight, but welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much, Lady Blackheart, for the raid. How are you? What were you guys up to? How was your stream? Lady Blackheart and her crew are coming aboard. Make way. Nice. That is awesome. Well, welcome in. Glad to have you. Durgo, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. Really appreciate that. Puzzle time. I know I'm excited. Well, so yeah, so garage door garage door breaks while we were getting a grocery order. And then, yeah, Kylaris progressively wasn't feeling well throughout the night. So she was like, I hate to quit on the group tonight playing Pantheon, but I feel like I should go rest and take it easy. So yeah. So I thought I'd take the opportunity then to play a little Riven. We'll definitely be trying to get back to that on Tuesday as well. But yeah, I thought it would be fun to just play a little bit tonight. Again, I'm not going to have as much time tonight. I think at the most my cutoff will be like 11:30 my time, so an hour and a half. But we'll see what we can get done. So, I'm good. The boyfriend and I were playing a Dirge playthrough of BG3. Nice, that's fun. Epic. Very, very cool. Are you guys D&D fans? By any chance? If you're BG3 fans, I mean, I guess they don't have to cross over, but I mean, if I could use the cleric spells to help, I would. I know, Heather. I know. And Heather, honestly, I thought about still seeing if everybody wanted to play Pantheon, that was available and stuff too, but I figured because I wasn't going to be going very long, I'd just play Riven. So if I had a little more time, I think we could have just run around and done whatever, you know, like we did okay the other night without a tank, just pulling like light blues, but yeah, so glad to hear you had a good night, Lady Blackheart. That's awesome. And thank you so much for sharing your community with us. Really appreciate that. So yeah, we run a D&D program called Myths and Mayhem. We did a Christmas two shot last night and Friday night. Our friend Gusty, who's part of the crew for that, unfortunately had to have his gallbladder removed, sort of emergency removed during the holidays, and so we had to postpone until now to play. And actually, though, we had such a great time. It was so fun. Our DM, Selfish Lock, he's my best friend. He does an amazing job DMing and coming up with a really fun story. So yeah, so we just finished that up last night and it was a blast. We had so much fun. So yeah, we it isn't as consistent yet as we would like, but we run the program Myths and Mayhem. So that's cool. Let's see. Christian, what's going on, man? Hey, really quick before I get too far. Let's see. Who had first? Why isn't it telling me got first? My activity feed's being a little weird, y'all. Let me scroll back up. Buggy, congrats on first, sir. Well done. Heather, missed it by that much. Welcome in, you guys. How are you? Durgo, how are you? What's going on? Wyatt, hello. Dust, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Big hey, buddy. Good evening to you as well. I'm looking in my dome. There's nothing in my dome. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Lars in the chat, hanging out a little bit. Rain City Realms, hi. Thank you for coming in with Lady Blackheart. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. Same with you, Jormbles. Jormbles is a fun name to say. I really kind of like that, Jormbles. Amazing. How are you guys doing? What is up? Let's see here. Christian, how are you? Let's see. Drinking an Americano right now. I forgot to get a drink. Oh my goodness, my throat has been dry. In fact, I got him for Christmas a game called Roll Table for Two. So just him and I can do D&D instead of being worried about having a group. See, that's the thing. Lady Blackheart, man. The real boss of Dungeons and Dragons is scheduling, right? Like it's obnoxious. We've been able to use a couple different tools to do it virtually, which has made it a little bit easier, right? Like when you don't all have to get together in person, because a lot of us have kids, you know, we've got to get up early in the morning and stuff like that. It's not like we can be away from home that much, especially later at night. And so it allows us to still hang out and play for a few hours and not even have to leave home. So we found some avenues to explore to like make it happen virtually, and it's worked out really well. So, ooh, that sounds fun. Well, not the gallbladder being emergency removed. Yeah, yeah, I don't think Gusty had a lot of fun with that, but the Christmas special was a lot of fun. It was very cool. So, it was me. What was you? It's you. Hi, you're the buggy. It's you. What was you, Buggy? Did you fix the redemptions from yesterday? I did. I switched them. Yes. I love his name, Jorbles. It's so good. Hey, Bor, how you doing, buddy? What is up? Lady Blackheart, how did you happen to find us? Are you a Riven fan as well? Was it through Riven or was it through a different avenue? Just curious. But yeah, thanks for sharing. You guys, let's get switched over because like I said, I am not going to be playing too long. I just noticed too, I don't wear this hoodie a whole lot anymore, but it definitely freaks out with the green screen. So it's kind of fun. Maybe we'll see some things through my belly. Rain City Realms suggested y'all, I used to be
Hello
Captain
there.
Munchkin and then changed my username. Wait. Then we've met before, right? Captain Munchkin, I've talked to you. Didn't I used to like get your name wrong because I would read it a certain way? Oh, I kept calling you Captain, didn't I keep calling you Captain Chipmunk? Wasn't it something like that? Or just Chipmunk? Yeah. Fantastic. That's right. Well, welcome back in. Apparently, I get Lady Blackheart, even without the A, I get Lady Blackheart way easier than Captain Munchkin. That is amazing. Well, welcome back in. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you, thank you. And thanks to Rain City Realms too for the suggestion. Parker, what's up? Hello, how goes it? Doing well, Parker. Doing well. Thank you so much. How are you doing? Welcome back in. Padme, hello. Hey all, it's a Super Bowl rematch. What? I don't play football. That's so awesome. Rain City Realms, how are you doing? Well, Orrinn, you made them change their name to not be called Chipmunk. Yeah, yeah. Dang it. Man, that flippin' Orrinn guy keeps calling me Chipmunk. That's not my name. I gotta change this. And I'm dead inside now, so it's Lady Blackheart. For vengeance. Oh, that's amazing. Well, welcome in, you guys. That wasn't it, I promise. Oh, well, it would have made a really good story if it was, though. No, that's awesome. Well, yeah, so good to talk to you again. You don't have to play football to enjoy it. It's true, Cheese. You're right. The only time I really kind of enjoy football is when I'm, like, there. I don't watch a lot of TV, you know? I've told a lot of you guys that before. TV and I just don't mesh that well. And so I don't follow sports a lot anymore because of that. But if I get there, if I'm in the stadium and I'm not, you know, not having an introvert nightmare with people crowding me, I have a blast. I have such a good time like being there. But yeah. At that point, I almost feel like I don't care what the sport is almost, but Cheese, how are you doing, buddy? Cheese, how is Nixa? How is your newborn? How's everything going, dude? I need the deets. We briefly talked last night, but I'm really curious to hear how everybody's doing. So super excited for you. If you guys don't know, Mog Cheese, he and his wife Nixa Sketch just had a baby. What, 2 days ago, Cheese? 3 days ago? It hasn't been that long. But they just had their second, I believe, what are we calling the baby? Not butterscotch, scotcheroo, snickerdoodle, right? It's, it's one of those kinds of treats. But big shout out. Baby Snickers was born on Wednesday. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Hope everything went well. I hope Nixa is doing great. I hope baby's doing great. I hope you guys are getting as much sleep as you possibly can. Oh, Yeah, congratulations, you guys. I am super happy for you guys, Cheese. You know, Sendal, she's amazing on sleep. For now, right? For now. But they go through stages. Cheese, big congratulations to you. Last night, feeds at 8:30 p.m., 1 a.m., and 5 a.m. Wow. Wow, that's awesome. So you're getting some good stretches there. Good stretches of sleep. That's awesome, dude. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. That is amazing. Yeah, I'm super happy for you guys. Congrats. But yeah. Glad to have you in here tonight too, Cheese. If y'all aren't aware, I've been playing some Riven, the sequel to Myst, the remake. Riven is one of those games that was super fundamental or foundational for me as a kid. I think I started playing it at 15 when it came out, in 1997. And I just absolutely, I love this game. What's really cool about the remake is they've added a lot of stuff. So already very quickly from the beginning, I could tell that they've added things in that were completely different from the original. And it's blowing my mind in a really good way. So still feels like Riven. You know, I can tell it's still following the same beats, story beats and stuff, but it's just adding so much, which is really cool. So we're going to hop back into it. And I've been playing this with the kids as well, and that's been super fun. Hey, what's up, Caboose? How you doing? Ain't no way you're playing Riven. Yes, I am. Love that game. Yes, Caboose. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. I absolutely love this game. Caboose, how are you doing, man? What's going on? Oh, that sound. Love that sound. So we left off in the classroom, the Rivenese classroom, where it looks like they're teaching kids Denis letters and numbers. And we don't really have an example or a primer to get us any information on the letters. Nothing that's really going to tell us what sounds these letters correlate to. Although everything, I do know everything written in Denis. Denis, if you don't know, Denis was a city built in a cavern system under the ground by a race of sort of like dimensional travelers, traveled to different dimensions through the use of descriptive books written in a special script with special ink and special paper. And so they had mastered this art of writing these books describing worlds, and then the worlds would link to an existing world, an existing dimension that fit what was described the closest. And so the Denis are it was a city, it was a people, it was a language. so there's, when we talk about the Denis, it can mean several different things depending on the context. So this game came out really well. Can't wait to see what Cyan is working on now. I know for sure. I played Firmament, Caboose, and I wasn't the biggest fan. It was good. I shouldn't say that I wasn't the biggest fan. I liked it, but it felt rushed in a way. It felt like there was less to it. The puzzles didn't feel as... The puzzles felt more like just puzzles, like doing the crossword or something, rather than having the soul behind the puzzles in like Riven and Myst, right? And so I feel like Riven has always exemplified these puzzles being a part of the world, and they're there for a reason. There's a meaning behind them, right? I felt like Riven has always exemplified that the best. Which is one of the reasons why it's my favorite. Like there is a story and a reason behind all of this. Have you ever played Myst 4 with Serenia and your spirit guide thingy? I've enjoyed that one too. I did play Myst 4, although my copy was corrupted and I couldn't get past a certain point towards the ending, but I've watched Let's Plays of it as well. And Miss 4 wasn't my favorite. I liked it. It wasn't my favorite. I did really like Tamana though, and the part in there for sure. So, and I like some of the puzzles as well. But anyway, so we are in the classroom where the Rivenese children were on a planet called Riven, and the native humanoids, the Rivenese. This is their classroom where they are taught the Denis language, not only in writing but also spoken Denis, and they're also taught the numbers. And what's really cool here is we've identified the last time that these are Denis numbers here, and we worked out what those numbers are, and then they're actually correlated to Rivenese numbers. We also figured out this numbering system. It was Buggy Hoser who came up with the linchpin piece of info. He figured out like the last piece into how their numbering system works. And it's pretty interesting. I don't need to go into all of it right here. We spent about an hour and a half on all of these numbers last episode. So if you want to know, you could go back and watch that. It's on Twitch in our VODs. It's also on our YouTube. But yeah, me, Durgo, Buggy, gosh, I can't remember who else was there trying to help us figure out the numbers into the wee hours. So I slept a lot that night. Yeah, right, you did. But yeah, so we figured out what those numbers are by the use of a really kind of simple and ingenious way of teaching it. And this to me is a super smart way of teaching not only children. Remember, this is a classroom, and this would make sense in a classroom for kids, but also us, the player. And this is this hangman game where if you spin this, it lands on a number, and that's how many times a figure drops. Lurking while I beat people with a stick. Sounds good, Goose. That's cool. Look, beating people with a stick? What are you playing? Are you playing finals? What are you playing? Finals? Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, so anyways, we figured out, you know, for example, like this symbol means the number 3. Correlates to the number 3, and then, you know, you slide this over again. Hey, Mrs. Buggy, how are you? Pew, pew, pew. And this is the number 4. And so the figure drops 4 spaces. And you just go back and forth with this game, right? And it's perfect. That's the number 1. This is such a perfect way to teach people. I mean, essentially, this is how we teach our children, right? We have games in real life like this, and it's such an ingenious way of teaching the player. And I love that they went through and even, you know, Denis has their own alphabet. I mean, they really have an alphabet. They have their own numbers. It's a whole numbering system that I believe they can count. Real people have counted up into like the 2 millions in Denis, the numbering system. And so it's like, I love when they've gone this far with like developing the world. It feels real. And that really speaks to me all the time. So, Parker said, Denis the people, Denis the language, Denis the city, and the age of Earth, the Denis also likely referred to as Denis. They did. They would return to Denis. And so it was all Denis, which is interesting because I believe Denis meant, what did it mean again? It wasn't new beginning. That's Relishan. Denis meant something in their language. And that's why they named themselves that and kind of incorporated it into all of the important things, right? Goose, thanks for the alert, by the way, buddy. OMG, I just watched an ad for a skin moisturizer that uses a brief soundbite that is the exact same soundbite used for the memory necklace and Mist 4. What? Well, you know, that's a royalty-free sound then, right? You can't pew-pew with rolling pins? You sure can't. It means new beginning. Oh, did Denis mean new beginning? Relishan means something else then. I can't remember what that meant. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, Denis meant new beginning. Thanks, Cheese.
Terekoi Danni, Kibayem Revat.
Speaks in unknown language.
Tig Tavom, Gabodonagayem. Ram.
Interesting. So what's cool about this, so this is a projector system, and we've seen something like this actually on the prior island, which they call Temple Island. In the temple, we identified where Gen, he has a room kind of tucked away where he is able to project a hologram, and I don't know if it's pre-recorded or if he can do it. I want to say he does it live. This one, though, I think is pre-recorded. But anyways, in the temple, it's kind of like a transmitter and receiver system, and so he transmits his image and his voice, and it goes to the projector. And it's interesting because I think they added something here with this mineral for the projector system in kind of how it works, and I kind of like that. There's these little details that I don't think we had before. So what's really fun is, if you guys don't know, I'm doing Riven. I'm playing Riven kind of in a branching way. We started with the kids in the first episode. The kids had to go to bed, and I told them I would pick up where we left off with them at a different time, and then I continued to play. So this save we're going to stream, just me. And then the other save, I'm going to continue to play with my kids off of stream and record it. And so there will be two playlists on the YouTube channel where we'll have my playthrough, and we'll have my playthrough with the kids. And the playthrough with the kids was actually really good too. The kids are really observant. Emily found something we didn't find on our continued playthrough without them. So she noticed something that kind of blew my mind, and I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't see that before. And then on top of that too, what was it? We just had a blast. There were things that the kids picked up on and their reactions to things. It's just a lot of fun. So if you're at all interested in checking that out and seeing just how much fun we have as a family playing, and their first time through Riven as well, you should check that out on the YouTube. It's really cool. So let's see here. 48 degrees here tomorrow. Yikes, man. Oh, the kids though, what made me think of that? When we found Gen's room with the I would say with the recorder, the camera, right? However that camera system works, the camera and the microphone, Emily said, oh, so he's a streamer. And I died laughing because she's right. Like 1997, I wouldn't have been able to tell you what a streamer was, right? But apparently Gen's the first streamer. So Gen is streaming to the projector in the temple, and I just thought that was amazing. She equated it to that right away, and it was so fun. Nice. It will be in the 20s for me. Yeah, it's pretty cold here too. So, all right, y'all. I think we're pretty much done in here. There isn't much else left to do. Like I said, we can't really decipher with anything in the classroom what the letters are. We've checked out the message from Gen. He is definitely speaking in Denis to the kids, I'm assuming. And now we can head out. Relishan means the whole in Denis. Oh, that's right. Because Atris wrote it considering the whole, not just one fundamental principle. Look at this water. It is beautiful. I may have the color correction still on to kind of brighten things up. Does it look good for you guys or a little too bright? Actually, I will remove it and see what the difference is. You guys tell me, this is with color correction on, this is with it off. I'm wondering which you think is better. Looks fine to me. Oh, okay. Thanks, Parker. Yeah, let me know what kind of looks best. So I believe these are the Rivenese houses here. I've always thought their design was really, really cool. Looks awesome. Oh, thanks, Bor. Bor, how are you, man? What's going on? The water looks great. The rocks looked too bright in the sun. Okay, thanks, Sergo. So I'm going to keep it like this because I think in my preview window in OBS, it always tends to look darker than what it actually transmits as to stream. Doing good? Oh, glad to hear that, Bor. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. So I don't think we can do anything else here. This bridge is up. The bridge down there is raised as well. I don't believe we can get down into the Bath of Scaith. That runs along the track underwater here. I'm not entirely sure where the person in it got out at. But it seems like we can't do much more right now. At least not here. They've got some meat cooking here, and that's making me hungry. Can you enter the water? You cannot. You can't swim. So if I were to go back down here... You know what? We're just going to give it a try because I'm just going off of what I know of the game before. No, we cannot. Apparently we cannot swim. Apparently we don't know how to swim. So I think so far we are stuck. Curious though, what we should see is a potential spot where the person who was driving the Bath of Scaith, where they got out, because I think we would see a hole in the water. Now, we determined last time something's different about Riven's water. Heat causes it to like push away. So it will move away from a heat source. And at the bottom of all these ladders here, off these metal docks, you can kind of see it here. There's a heating element. And that heating element will fire up and cause the water to move away, allowing somebody to enter and exit the Bath of Scaith underwater using the ladders. Do you remember all the disc changing while playing, going through all 5 discs? I really do. Between all the islands and stuff. It was kind of cool. I love the artwork. I love the artwork on the discs and on the box and stuff. In fact, I think I still have my copy of Riven somewhere in my bookcase. Yeah, super fun. Kind of obnoxious compared to today's standards, but Atris definitely understands why not to go in the water. Yeah. And there's... Atris is familiar, for sure. The player, us as the player, we do not know yet. Oh, we're gonna have to figure out a way to lower these bridges. I don't think we can do that from here. It's interesting too, because that wasn't an element in the original game. And so it makes me think that in some ways they've made the story a little more linear. So now we should be able to see. So that should be the number 2 in Rivenese, I believe. And let's see. We did find this sort of like viewfinder. And that allows us to see this invisible paint. We matched up the paint line here on the wheel. This is a turnable wheel to the paint line on the rest of the statue. And so this shows us, we found this from the classroom. I didn't know this before. This is a Rivenese number, and this should be the number 2 in Rivenese. And now we can equate that to Denis as well. And then this tree has all these flowers, which I think they derive the invisible paint from the flowers. That's my theory, at least. And this game is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Mine's floating around here somewhere. I agree the artwork on them was fantastic. Yeah, it really, really was. I mean, it was amazing back in the day. And, you know, even now, the Rivenese, hey CB, how you doing, man? The Rivenese are the native peoples of Riven. Ooh, that's shiny. And some of that sun flare. So if we're slow and quiet, these guys will stick around. If we get too close too fast, they actually swim away out of the lagoon here. Hi, guys. I kind of want to check out... Hi. I love these things. They're so cool looking. Yep, they're going to take off. Hi, guys. And they'll swim out into the bay. They'll be back, though. CB, how are you, man? What is going on? So we can see here, too, these butterflies really like those flowers. And I think they also really enjoy the paint because of that. Which was another clue to me that I think they get the paint from the flowers. That's where they make it. Can't go any farther here. So we are, I think the avenue I want to take at this point is we did find a mining car up this way. And I think that's our only remaining route that I know of. Doing all right, about to call it a night. That's cool, man. Glad to hear it. My family called those platodons. Oh, nice, Caboose. I think they have an official name. I think they call them sunners in like Mist lore. But that's fun. Platodons. Why did you guys call them platodons? Where did that come from? I'm curious. I almost think that is like some kind of water reservoir. Because there was a hose that led to that tree. Oh, the symbols on that too are so cool. Not sure, they were kind of dino. Yeah. That's cool, man. This is the rift, the tear in reality that we found, which is actually giving us a peek into the starry expanse. That is really, really cool. This was not in the original, and it's an interesting story element change. It still makes sense, it still fits, but it's definitely a different approach from last time. This route takes us into town again on the other side, by that other bridge. There's our Temple Island that we started on. It's interesting, this grove here has been changed. We have one of those domes, and there's a work statue, like totem, that's down this way. A work is like an animal that's a mix between a whale and a shark. They call it a work. And the Rivenese people once worshipped, or still sort of worship them in a way. But there's a totem, a big totem for it back there. And they've changed something about that. And I'm really interested to find how that works now. Gigantic dagger. So there's all these like strange metal, giant metal stone statues of weapons. They may be metal, actually. I'm not sure. Dinosaur-like and had the platypus-looking bill. Oh, yeah, makes sense, Caboose. That's fun. That's fun that you guys played it as a family, too. They're just referred to as sunners because they are shown sunning themselves. Not many animals are named as a species in these games. Gotcha. I guess I just thought Cyan kind of referred to them as sunners. But maybe in an unofficial way. So we came over here. All of these totems, like, representing people. I wonder what these mean. But all of them, these are new to the game, and I actually really love this. I wish I kind of knew what their ideas were for the symbolism on them. It's really cool. It's really cool. Mass Grave of Warriors. Wyatt, it honestly, it could be. Cyan does refer to them as Sunners as well. Right. Yep. They just don't have an in-lore designation. Gotcha. Looks like the sword's stuck in the ground. Yeah. Yeah. And then another one of these totems. So unless we took the Maglev, which is the name of the vehicle we rode to this island, unless we take that back over to Temple Island, I think this is our only avenue. Oh my gosh, Kylaris would be losing her mind. She hates butterflies. Wow, they have made a lot of changes to the game. I'll have to play it again. Is this on Steam? It is Caboose. I would definitely recommend picking it up if you are. I can tell you're a fan. So I'm having a blast with it, dude. It's really cool. They've added a lot, and like right from the beginning. Can you check this totem for the numbers? Durgo, that's a good idea. I kind of looked. I don't really think we have a way to determine that. I'm not sure. Ooh, ads, yeah. Definitely play the new game. It is practically a whole new game. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I don't really see anything on them that would kind of indicate the numbers. The numbers do kind of work in triangles, but without them being able to rotate, I don't think you can really tell. So it could be that they're sort of in-world symbology. So, Durgo, I was just saying, I don't really think so. I think they might just be in-world symbology to the people, maybe, to sort of determine maybe who this totem was representing. I'm not sure. Hey, Cortessa, how are you? What's going on? Welcome in. Oberlins, hello.
Slytherin.
Welcome in, you guys. How are you? What is going on? Yeah, we're back in Riven. Super excited to be here. I was telling everybody I'm actually doing 2 playthroughs. I'm doing one with my kids, which is only going to be on our YouTube channel. And then I'm also doing this one on stream. And the kid one is actually really good. It's super fun. We've done the original episode, and then we've done one just us. That wasn't streamed. So, any news with the totems while ads ran? Durgo, no, I don't think so. I think they're just symbols important to the Rivenese that would kind of indicate maybe who the totem represents. I don't think it's the numbers. I think without being able to rotate around a focal point, I don't think we can really tell. And they're all very different too. Wait, why is Kylaris afraid of butterflies? She doesn't like how they move. Hey, Caboose, thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. With your Prime, too. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much. Glad to have you in, Caboose. Super excited to hear that you're a fan of this game. Is Kylaris hiding behind the curtain? You know what's fun, Oberlins? I don't know if you know this, but we're actually our desks are in the same room, and we do actually sit back to back to the green screen, and so we both just use the same green screen. But unfortunately, no, Kylaris is not feeling great tonight. She has a really bad sinus headache, and so we were gonna play Pantheon, but she really wasn't feeling it. She was getting progressively worse as the night went on. And so she thought she better go lay down, take it easy. Not the sticks, the big one. Oh, yeah. So Durgo, these do have yes, these have the numbers. So if you look, so this would be, what did we figure out? This is like the number, this would be 5. So this would be the number 5. I track now. I follow you. Oh no, praying she feels better. Yeah, thanks. I'm sure she will. She just, yeah. Sometimes, especially during the winter, Kylaris's sinuses get really affected. And she gets like sinus pressure headaches kind of a lot. And it's been warming up a little bit around here. Like it's been, you know, it's gone up from the 0 or negative degree temperatures we've been having to like the mid 30s. And I think that quick change kind of messes with her sinuses. So, oh no, tell her I hope she feels better. Yeah, I will for sure. Thank you guys so much. Also helpful is that the light off of Orrinn's head is a perfect backlight for her. I light this room up like the sun. What's up, Gussie? How you doing, man? The new scientists, Claire, got to design these totems herself as they don't have an equivalent in the original. Right, they're not in there. She had brainstormed lost elements of Rivenese culture since she was young and played the original Riven. That's amazing. Can they turn? What do each of the eyes represent? I don't know. That is a really good question. It's interesting. I don't know if these are supposed to be people back to back. Yeah, I have no idea. Are those like birds in a tree? I don't know. But this also has one of the turny wheel things. So if we line this up, we learned how the Rivenese numbering system works, and this is the number for 5. Doing good. Kiddo got the Lego Malfoy Manor for her birthday. That's so fun. Nice. Which one? Your youngest, right? That's fun, dude. All right. I think we're going to take this tram. This mine cart. It's interesting. I think in the original we could get in the mine cart. But riding on the back makes sense too. I kind of want to see if I can make a replica of this totem. Yeah, Parker, you were saying something about that. Like, seeing if you could make a replica of some of the stuff, right? Didn't you say it was within your skill set? I would like none of this. I would like none of this in real life. What? Oh, so we have some glowing rings? Guess where we are. So again, what we've seen is that the Riven water does not like heat. So I'm assuming that these glowing, these would almost be like electrodes or like heating elements on a track running underwater. And we come up out of it. Hey, there's that bridge that we tried to lower and it completely crumbled. We destroyed it. Nice, so we know what island we're going to. Arrive on Boiler Island. Okay. Oh, interesting. So this is different too. In the original game, you're riding inside, and this opens up in the middle. So this would probably be carrying wood from Jungle Island, the island we were previously on. where they were chopping down all those trees, right? They're deforesting it because what we've determined is they're trying to make paper for books. And so I'm assuming they would load this up with wood. We would get here. The bottom of the cart would open up. And in the original game, you were in here and you fell down the chute. It opened up with you in there and you fell down the chute into here. What's cool here too is you can see the mulch. So the logs would fall down under here and be mulched into a pile of wood chips. That is the first stage, right, in turning the wood into paper. Let's see. Bunny Bug. She finished reading the books a month ago and then devoured the movies. That's amazing. That's so cool. She finished them. Em just finished Deathly Hallows the other day. That was her second time through, right? She went through with me the first time, and then she was reading them on her own, mostly on her own this time. So that's really cool, man. It sounds like she loved them. I made replicas of the element stones from 5th Element. Oh, cool, Caboose. That's really fun. Whatever you do, don't put your hands up. Those rings are hot, right? They'd have to be to create that kind of channel. Also, you're not sitting, so you need your hands to hold on, right? This looks like a fun ride. I would never ride that board. So this is called Boiler Island, and I think I see why. You can see the flames underneath there, almost like on a stove or on a boiler. So this looks to be a big boiler. So they are making a lot of pages, it seems. Got your big wood pile here. This must be the shredder. I don't think we can do anything with it, but there's no wood in there anyway, so I don't know that that matters. Take a look over here really quick to see if there's anything around important. There isn't much over here. It doesn't look like it. Oh, there's something over there. Interesting. We've got a building up top. Those are kind of like cool glass windows there. Looks like another one of those cameras that we've seen on the islands. Door in the mountain there. And the boiler. Got a pipe running along the top. Oh yeah, she's a huge Potterhead now. Amazing. Super fun. I was talking about the minecart you were on. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I would probably lose my lunch. No, those kinds of things don't actually make me sick. I just don't like them. They put me into like fight or flight. Okay, so interesting. We do know that they have been heating or powering things using thermal energy. And so it seems like here they've tapped into another heat or steam vent, and you can funnel power to the different areas that need it. So this would send it over the wood chipper. Don't really think we need that. Is this a button? It's not a button. I think we can make it run.
Hello there.
Huge door in the mountain. Speak friend and enter. Yeah, melon. No, not that lever. Wrong lever. What's up, Death Star? How you doing, man? Is there like something up above that you can pull? I just want to see if it like turns on now that we've powered it. That'll call the cart. That'll send the cart the other direction, I believe. Doesn't look like... Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. Don't get caught in that. That'd be rough. I wonder how long ago this volcano erupted. This isn't designated in lore, but this is clearly a volcanic caldera. Yeah, for sure. And you can kind of tell even from the water. The water almost seems maybe a little sulfuric or mineral rich based on the color, right? This isn't like a clear color we're used to. It could be something with Riven's water as well, but it looks different than even Jungle Island, right? The lake in the middle of Jungle Island. So it seems like this is like a mineral rich or sulfuric lake. What's interesting is it looks like something over here was maybe powered at one point. We do see a hose coming out of the water. Not sure what that is. Pipe running up to whatever that building is as well. I'm doing good. Knee still hurts. Think I might should get it checked out. It's been over a week now. Yeah, maybe, man. Find something to throw in it. Me. That'd be a great idea. This is very mineral rich. Yeah. I fell into a grinding wheel. I really don't know what to feel. All it really did was rip me. Oh, but I'm glad they haven't made games where you can smell what is going on. That smell might not be pleasant. It's true. Hey, what's up, Lufaya? How you doing, buddy? What is going on? Let's put the power now. Oh, interesting. I think you can see indicators. So it's like a pressure thing. When the power is going through here, it's kind of a neat way of indicating which avenue is receiving power, and if it's receiving power, right? Like nothing's clogged up or whatever. And all it takes is just this little flexible button of material, right? Because if there's pressure in there, it's going to raise it up. Nice. Lufaya, how are you? The worst part about waiting for someone to show up is the waiting part. It's true. Humans are not necessarily renowned for being very patient, right? Oh, interesting. So this looks like a sewer or some kind of drain, maybe if the water gets too high. Or, I don't know if water would be coming out this way. I would think that would be more for if the lake itself got too high. They wouldn't want it to just wash too far up the shore. So that's a possibility. You can see the burners lit here. That's a cool flame effect. Just chilling, drawing. How's it going? Hey, doing really good, man. Doing really good. Caloris isn't feeling the best tonight, so she's out. Yeah, doing good. What you drawing? You move the lever, there goes another bridge. I know, I know, right? Steam vent, maybe? It's possible. That's possible too, for sure. I would think if they were venting it, they would probably vent it up though, because unless there's something farther underneath that needed venting. If it was coming from the boiler, I think they would go up. So we have some kind of pipe here as well. So are they pulling water or are they letting it out? Got a column in the middle down here. Let's check it out. Imagine a human-looking plant that is a barbarian class. Era's character for TTRPG. Oh, yeah. That's cool. That's a water intake pump? Yeah, looks like it. It very well could be. And I think you're seeing the pump right here, right? That's what's pumping the water up through. That looks super hot. Sure does. Okay, interesting. So we get a peek into the boiler. Boiling the water right now. There's what looks to be a ladder inside. Interesting. This looks like it is connected to the power here, so we can divert power two different directions. Right now, it's going to the pump. What happens if we turn this? Oh. Okay. So that disconnected that, and it vented all the water out. I'm curious where that vented out of. As far as I can tell, this game has done a good job of showing consistent levels of rust on the various metal parts, where things that wouldn't need to be replaced for years on end are significantly more rusty. Yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, for sure. Like the bars on that there. So they're getting wet fairly often, but that wouldn't need to be replaced, right? Not that frequently. Correct, that wheel is a pressure valve. Yeah. Oberlins, have you played this game? So if we connect this back up.
Mischief managed.
So now it should be pumping water from the lake. Hey, have a good night, board. Take it easy, buddy. Those bars might even be solid metal. Yeah, and I mean, like, you know, they're probably embedded here into the concrete, so there's really no replacing them. Oh, Dalek Boy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are ya? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Orrinn, if you don't already know me. I'm a family-friendly variety streamer, typically stream with my wife, Kylaris. Super glad to have you. Thanks for coming in with Dalek Boy. Dalek Boy, how was your stream? What were you guys up to? Thank you, thank you. Okay, interesting. So I'm gonna put the power over to here to this. What's this lever do? Maybe it raises the water? Possibly raise the water level? So they must be chipping the logs into wood chips and then bringing the wood chips over here to the boiler and boiling that down, because that'd be part of the paper making process. All right, Dessar, take it easy, man. Have a good one. We're gonna wait a minute for ads. We are gonna wait a moment. Oh, interesting. Right, Parker. Parker probably can't even hear me right now. We'll be back in 20 seconds. Oh, are you back already? Interesting. I wonder if you had, like, if you got a short ad. Should be back now, I believe. Welcome back from the ads. Let's see here. I like that your jacket is green screen too. Oh, my hoodie? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, actually, it's kind of a blue green, like sort of an aqua color for the letters, and so yeah, you can see, you can see through it. Lufaya used to have headphones that had a green cord here too, and you could always see some of the background through the cord. It's pretty funny. But yeah, Kylaris and I on Cinco de Mayo, we usually wear green. Or is it, wait, or is it St. Patrick's? St. Patrick's Day, not Cinco de Mayo. St. Patrick's Day, we usually wear all green, and so we're like floating heads. Hey, Dessar, have a good one, man. Thanks for coming in. In terms of the lore, I'd say almost all of the metal construction here is less than 30 years old. Yeah, and I mean, like, I would think some construction was probably happening when Gen was coming here before he was trapped, right? You know, like he was fairly established, but that doesn't mean they had progressed this far on construction. And he wouldn't have needed to dive that headlong into papermaking because he wasn't trapped here, right? He was able to go back to Denis where there was plenty of paper and ink and things that he was finding. So it probably hasn't been until he was trapped that they needed to make some of this stuff. Good. Played Sea of Thieves, Hourglass, and ran into a cheater. Well, that's no good, but I hope you guys had a good time. That's fun. Yeah, short ad, nice. Yeah, running into cheaters in that any game, it just sucks. Yep, they're out there. What do you do? Did you see what I said? Yes. Yep. I waited until the ads were over to read it. Yes, this is one of Gen's earliest ages. Yep. Parker, shh. We don't know that yet. That's not that big of a deal, but yeah. I had fun. Awesome, Talik Boy. That's great. I'm glad to hear it. So it looks like we came over here and we took a look at this door really quick. There's Gen's symbol again. I love that symbol. The pen tips and the open books. Fantastic. And actually, we do know now that this symbol is a number because we've learned the numbers now from the schoolhouse. That is the number 5 in Denis. And so in Gen's symbol here, his crest is the number 5. So 5 seems to be important to Gen, at least in the context of Riven. If you ain't Riven, you ain't living. What's up, Locke? How you doing, buddy? What is going on? Locke, I was telling telling Lady Blackheart, who raided earlier, she was playing PG3 with her boyfriend, and I was telling her about Miss Mayhem and how awesome of a job you did, dude. So he's Johnny 5. Got it. He's Genny 5. Wasn't great. We're not able to get through this door, and it looks like the light, the Orby light here, is red, probably indicating don't go in there, it's dangerous. Big metal sealed door. So you lied? Nice. Sure didn't. Just telling all the truth. It was so good. I missed Eminem. Lufi, it's already up on our YouTube. We laughed so hard my rib cage still hurts. And I'm not kidding. My throat is tight. My rib cage hurts. We had an absolute blast. If you get an opportunity and if you so desire, it's already up on our YouTube channel. It was a lot of fun. All right, we gave this power. Okay, going to watch a show with Becky. Bye, friends. We'll tell Becky I say, hey, have a good night, dude. See you, man. Thanks for stopping in. We're gonna check out what this does. Oh, something's rising. Oh, so it's a grate. So I wonder if the function of this is maybe they spread out the wood chips on it and then lower it into the water to boil, or almost kind of like a reverse, almost like a reverse French press, right? Maybe when the grate is lowered, they dump all the wood chips into the boiling water, or into the water, start the boiler, and then when it's finished, it raises up with it would become kind of pulpy. The fact that it's kind of a grate makes me wonder which way it works. I could kind of hazard a guess that maybe they put the wood chips on it first, start up the boiler, and lower it down in, but I'm not sure. Check the door now? Yeah, I should. Absolutely. Okay, it's still red. And I can't do anything. Hey, what's up, CCB? How you doing, man? It's a Dalek raid? Oh, well, hey, thanks for coming in with Dalek. That's awesome. CCB, how are ya? What's going on, man? All right, so we do know that this strains the water, right? So I'm assuming with the water boiling in here, it's gonna be real hot, which is probably why they have the doors sealed and not letting us in. We've now raised this grate, which is probably now at the level with the door over there. And we know how to drain the water. We're going to unseal the water pipe, the pump. The water gets drained out of there. We can see it actually, we can see it be pulled down that pipe. I'm curious where that pipe goes. Doing good? That's awesome, man. Why is it still red? I wonder if we have to turn the power off to it, like as a safety measure. So maybe as a safety measure, you have to turn the water, the power off. Doesn't look like it. Mist Realm, oh my gosh, amazing name. Hello, how are you? I remember playing this with no help from Google, just sheer problem solving. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mist Realm, I played this game back in 97 when it came out. I was 14, 15 years old, and I found some of it to be super difficult. I can't remember exactly what puzzle it was that finally tripped me up, but I ended up buying, it's the only game that I bought a guide to. And the Riven guide, I don't know if you ever saw it, the Riven guide was super cool because it was kind of in 3 stages. The first section of the book, the first third, was like just kind of nudges, hints to like move you along, kind of give you an idea of where to look. And then the middle part was a little more spoilery, with a little bit more direct information. But then the back was just, here's all the answers. Here you go. Here it is. And I actually love just like reading through that guide even after I beat the game. But yeah, no Google, right? There was no searching up the answers. You just had to figure it out. It was amazing. So welcome in. Glad to have you. How are you? I'm guessing you're a Myst fan. Just hazarding a guess there. Wasn't sure if the term was right or not, so I looked it up. I think you might be right. They might have laid out the wood chips on that grate to submerge it in the boiling water to denature it. Yeah, you're gonna want to, and you're gonna want to soften it, right? You're gonna want to get it soft, like even boiling off any impurities or anything like that, right? So this whole process is turning wood into pulp, and that pulp then can be pressed out into paper. So super interesting. It's super cool that they've incorporated all of this into the game. Feels good. Feels real good. Yeah, I have the actual physical box sets. That's awesome. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, I still have my my copy of Riven somewhere with the 5 discs from back in the day. That's how I arrived at my name, Mist Realm. Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm glad to have you in. Can you help me with the command, please? /poll in the Nightbot. Dalek, I don't use Nightbot, so I don't know. You're trying to create a poll on your own stream? But the sound as well as the visuals scared the pants off me since Myst. Yeah, yeah. But my son, so I'm playing this with my children as well. I have my daughter Emily is 11, my son Ben is 9. And there were times where Ben was like, man, this music is creepy. And I'm like, I know, it's supposed to be, especially in the forest with the headphones on in the dark. Oh my, yeah, yeah. So what's interesting here is we still have, we got to turn the heat off somehow? Like what? Huh. I'm trying to get it to work on my stream. I don't have exclamation polls. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I don't use Nightbot, so I'm not sure how to work that. I use the poll system that's just ingrained in Twitch. And I think for me that's /poll. /poll. So not exclamation. It may be exclamation for Nightbot. I wondered with the power off, but that's not going to make a difference, is it? Interesting. Try the /. Yep. Interesting. So obviously the pump's off. We're not going to get any water. It's possible we need to go somewhere else, but I'm curious why the door isn't opening. It seems like we've done everything we could to make sure it's a safer environment there. Glad to hear you're introducing it to your family and the community. All the Myst games are great and memorable. Absolutely. Wonder if there's a, we're gonna try it one more time. the power here, but we may end up having to, well, there's ladder there. May end up having to go that way. So here's the deal. I know what to expect from the original in a way, but this isn't exactly like the original. They've changed a lot of things, so I don't know all the answers. There is that valve on the right-hand side when you're at the pump looking into the boiler. Yeah, Caboose, we pulled that, and that raises and lowers the grate. You know what? It makes sense to me now. If that grate raises to the height of the door, which it looks like it does, the grate would likely be up when they're loading the wood chips. So they'd be loading the wood chips onto the grate and then lowering it into the boiling water. Oh, you're good. Yeah. Just slightly behind you on the pipe going up. Yep. That lever isn't a valve. Right, yeah, it's just for the grate. We are not going to want this filled with water. There's no way. There's no way we're not going to want to go in there when it's full of boiling water. Imagine standing on top of that grate with all that boiling water underneath you, and to boil that much water too, right? Like the vapor, the steam coming off of that would be so hot. All right, I'm gonna lower that again. It's possible that it vents out of these pipes and we're just not seeing the water flow that way. Oh my, probably faint. Yeah, and then cook. My shoes would melt. You would melt. Would be a mess. So interesting. I expected the door to open. We've created a more hospitable environment. The grate's raised. The grate's raised. The boiling water is drained. You can actually see the ladder. The ladder goes down into that drainage pipe. Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious. Curious why the door is not opening. It's possible it's, we need to open it from a different spot. Am I missing like a button somewhere? You would be denatured in there? You sure? Hold on. You know what, Parker? You sure would. Oh man, WOOD, you sure would. This joke just writes itself. Yeah, Google says /poll. Hey, what's up, Perifers? How you doing, man? /poll, new title, option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Oh, with brackets in between or lines. Nice, thanks for Peripherus. All right, we've turned power on over to here. Looks like that's blocked. Interesting. I don't know that we'll be able to. I think we'll be able to climb that. Well, we can climb it. I don't think we're going to be able to go through there. We sure can't. We can't push it open. Maybe it's locked. Hold on a second, though. I will go down. I was going to say, I kind of wanted to look out from up there. Let's have a look over here. Selfishly locked? You know, that's right. Oh my. What's going on here? What is this? Looks like some pipes. They've been laying there a while. Definitely venting something from this building up there, or draining something from the building up there. Definitely looking like it is draining too and not sucking up water. Some kind of substance flowing out from there. Maybe they're polluting this lake even. You know? So it's possible that not only are they kind of draining off the all the junk from the wood that they're turning into pulp, but on top of that, they seem to be draining something from that building. What? Oh, I didn't even... Oh, it's a book. It's a really burned book that is no longer working. Huh. That's interesting. This has like a vent on it. It almost kind of looks like... I don't know. These look like heat vents, maybe? So maybe this is some kind of furnace because this book is burnt. It's interesting that it's down here. And it looks like it's been here for quite some time. It's rusted, so it's been exposed to the elements. And you have these different pieces laying about. Huh. There are not a lot of games that exercise this type of thinking. Well, at least not the popular ones. But I feel these games transfer onto real-world problem solving and job management. Yeah, Miss Realm, like even the idea of just taking a moment and considering your surroundings, considering the clues that are inherent just around you, right? I never knew there was a linking book in there. Well, Caboose, I don't even think this was here last time. I don't remember this being here. Even if that hose wasn't in that water, it probably isn't safe to swim in already, right? And that's fair, Parker. Oh, we're in ads. Respond to that in a minute. Again, once again. All right, so this is interesting. We turned on power here. We can't get up there. Yep. Ad running for sure. What are we missing? Definitely missing something. Oh, I have an idea. But we're gonna wait a second until the ads are up. So, back? Okay, cool. Thank you. Welcome back from ads. Parker said, even if that hose wasn't in that water, it probably isn't safe to swim in already. Yeah, because again, I think we've kind of recognized this is a volcano crater, like a caldera. And this water is going to probably be sulfuric, very mineral rich. Probably not a good idea. So, yeah, no, you're good, Miss Realm. I was responding to you and just kind of saying, like, yeah, I think the idea of teaching, being observant, looking around you, seeing how things kind of like interconnect, right? Taking the time to observe your surroundings, right? And not immediately jump to conclusions. So, yeah, I think games like this absolutely have a place in teaching people. Like I've said, this game for me was even foundational, even in like what I expect in games, because of the way it made me think and the story that it told, without really a narrator much, without combat or anything like that, where you barely interact with people at all, and most of the time in a very indirect way, right? Oh, very cool. About that linking book in there, the first couple days this game was out, that book wasn't in there. Really? Oh, that's kind of fun. That's really cool. Yeah, listening. Yeah, Caboose, I don't think that furnace or whatever that was, like, you know, like oven or whatever, I don't think that was there in the original game. I think that's brand new there. I wonder if they intended to put the that book in there from the start, or if they added it to make it clear what that is. That's possible, Parker. You know what would be kind of fun? Well, I guess it wouldn't really make sense. The idea that somebody threw it in there when that furnace was already on the ground there, because it doesn't look like it's necessarily functional anymore. But I guess you could light a fire inside it, some pulp or some wood chips, and burn the book still. Reminds me of when I played Dungeons and Dragons, playing a character not being the character. Yeah. Now that we talk about it, I'm sure that wasn't there. Yeah, I don't think it was there, Caboose. I don't think you could go that far around the lake, maybe. But I don't know that was there. It's hard to tell sometimes. It's been so long. Nowadays, players get it mixed up, so they bring their rage into the real world. Yeah. Yeah, this game, I mean, is incredible. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if this is a stage thing, right? Because we have one lever powering the first stage with the wood chipper, and then we have the next stage is the boiler. And while we've got the power going to the boiler, or maybe to the third stage, the boiler itself is locked, because at that point we think it's hot. What if we put the power back to the chipper? I don't know if that's really going to happen, but it's just a thought I had. What if we put the power back to the chipper, because they would need the door open after they've chipped the wood? No, it's still red. Wow. Huh. I would think we would need power to that building too to open the door. I believe there will be a reconnection to these types of games and entertainment in VR. The AI has to especially focusing on human behavior. Okay, now I'm going to watch more. Watching and listening sounds good, Miss Realm. Maybe you need to phone a friend. Not that we have answers. Willis, welcome back, man. How you doing? Yeah, I would think I would need power. That's Willis, how was the workout, man? I kept seeing a lever on a pipe behind and to the right of the switch that raises and lowers the platform. Handle on a rusted pipe. Oh, yeah, we could try that. Maybe I missed that. Good, but now I'm sore and tired. That will happen. That will happen. That's how you know you worked out well, right? How's the missus doing, Willis? It's like, what am I missing? So there's a... Oh! Caboose. We shut it off. We shut off... Come down here and look. We had to turn off the burners. It would still be hot in there even without the boiling water, because you're heating this thing up like a big pot. We had to turn off the burners. Caboose, thank you for putting it in my head to go back there and look for another switch. Many people go a long time without noticing that lever. Yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, it seemed like it kind of blended in. I didn't see it before. Why did the cookie cry? Because his dad was away for so long. What's up, Dayjock? How you doing, man? That one's got to go up on the board. That's a good one. Dayjock, what is up, buddy? Checking out your other streams. I like the Star Wars one, watching it. It's fun. Hey, thanks, Miss Realm. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I had a blast playing Jedi Survivor. Jedi Fallen Order 2, really good. I have all of those Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor on my YouTube. Can I get someone to do an exclamation YT? I don't know. I think anybody can do it. It'll be really hot for a long time, but the game won't expect you to hang around for that long. It's true, Parker. Yeah, for sure. Doing good. I got a job in marketing with Kellogg's cereals today. The job focuses solely on Raisin Bran or awareness. Dayjock, you had me. You had me there. You had me. Oh yeah, Falling Order for sure. Oh, you stream Star Wars? I'll have to check out your videos. Yeah, thanks, Caboose. Oh, it was so fun. So fun. It was a great time. So heads up, everybody. I don't do a lot of work on the YouTube stuff. I basically just export the streams. So, you know, there's going to be some videos with like the intros and stuff. Feel free to skip that if you want. It is the stream videos. So, but if that's something you're interested in, I have fun watching them. But, so that's interesting. Okay, so we're getting the steam power up through here. And when it's this way, it's lighting the burners. I'm probably connecting the power elsewhere. So this is probably the main power, right? No. Nope. Main power is first coming to here, it looks like. Maybe this is powered separately. It's possible. So now all of that thermal energy is being vented out the top instead of powering the burner. Yes, you streamed my favorite Star Wars before, always down that. Yeah. Oh, Padme, it was so fun. I'm pretty sure that pipe is natural gas rather than the steam. Yeah, that could be. That would make sense, Parker. That would make sense, right? Because you're gonna need that to power the burners. She's amazing. We're trying to figure out a whole bunch of family balance stuff, which is really making us feel tired of all the stuff. Our son's education assistants are on strike, so she is needing to add him into all of her daily things. Yikes. Overall, it's being challenging, but I think we're praying our way through it. So, to seeing good changes. Good. Yeah, man, that's a lot. Sounds like your wife's an amazing person, so that's awesome. Getting old sucks big time. I just threw my back out because the toaster startled me. And the light's off? Ooh, and it is like sealed. It's like when this thing is shut, you are not opening it. You've got these bolts, it looks like, that seed right into, they fit right into the door here. You are not getting in. Unless they want you to. There's the water. Oh. Please, no one turn it on. Wouldn't that be terrible? So it looks like they have a ladder here. Maybe this is for like maintenance. Interesting. Oh, cool. So we do have the drain here. I still think this is either like, I doubt that they have enough water in the boiler, that this is a fail-safe for that. I think this is for the lake. I think this is to stop the lake from overflowing onto the beach. And it just connects with this drainage pipe. Let's see here. It probably says something that I'm waiting for the punchline. Yeah. Nice. Okay, and now we have this other way to go. So it's interesting. They have these like marbles, like these orbs for light that are kind of being held in there. And where is this gonna go? So I gotta think they probably need to get down here maybe for blockages. But also, we're now on the outside. We just went through the mountain. There is Toilet Island, as Elbow so lovingly and graciously named it. Definitely does look like, roughly look like a toilet. Listen to this. The sound design in this game is really amazing. We're at the end of this pipe, right? It would sound like this with the airflow going through it. It's amazing. And it looks like we have a little path. Little path. It's a quiet crater. Every puzzle, not like the one before. I can hit that. Especially after all the laughter last night. my voice is almost rocked, like completely shot. Okay. Climbing up here. We're above another dome. Oh, that is cool. Oh, and this pipe is the pipe that goes to Temple Island. Nice. I hadn't thought of that. That drain would prevent rain from collecting above that level. Yeah, absolutely. Looking in my dome, there's nothing in my dome. There's nothing there. My beard prevents any kind of intelligence from reaching my brain. Just like the drain preventing the water from raising too high. Blow into that pipe, then yell, Ricola. You bet your sweet cheeks it is. Jeez. Kylaris and I watched your clip from last night. Gosh, 7 times before we went to sleep, I think. And we were crying laughing. It was so fun. Thank you so much for clipping that. And Kylaris said at one point too, she was like, oh my gosh, that's gonna show up in random clips from now on. It was funny last night with Dave, Ken, and Molly on the radio. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna play Ashes of Creation probably in May. Nice, when things are more fleshed out. I say this because I see you're playing Pantheon. Yep, I want to play that too. It looks great from what it started out as. I'm gonna tell you, Miss Realm, so I haven't been following Ashes as closely. I'm curious to see how that one pans out, and I'm rooting for them too, right? Like, in my opinion, the MMO genre got a little stale once everybody started trying to copy World of Warcraft, right? Like, you have this situation where World of Warcraft is so successful. And I don't blame World of Warcraft for being successful. Like, that's awesome. You made a game that tons of people love. Whether somebody likes it or not is kind of a moot point, you know, on a personal level. I guess it's not moot on a personal level, but if somebody likes it or not on a personal level is sort of moot to the grander scheme. Because a lot of people did like it and played it. I played it. Loved it for a lot of years until, in my opinion, they kind of ruined it. But anyways, it's kind of the problem of the investors into these other companies that suddenly go, hey, you're going to make an MMO and it's going to be World of Warcraft like, and it's going to have to be made faster than World of Warcraft. Please pump this out really quick because we really want to bank on the MMORPG hype that World of Warcraft has created, right? Or has amplified. And what you get is these developers that had a lot of pressure from their investors, pumping a lot of money into them to make games that I think in a lot of ways were subpar. And I could go on about that. I won't right now. So they come out with these games that are subpar. A lot of people, including myself, go and try them. And most people went, if I wanted to play World of Warcraft, I'll just play World of Warcraft. They do World of Warcraft the best, right? And these other games are trying to be World of Warcraft, and you can see it. Maybe they have some gimmicks to try and be different, but primarily it's World of Warcraft, but not done as well. And I think it's left I feel like it's left the MMO genre in a really crappy place. Investors started pulling out. They weren't making money, right? They weren't getting a return on their investment like they expected. And so, World of Warcraft was just right place at the right time, lightning in a bottle kind of situation. And all those other games, a lot of them have shut down, and the ones that are even still around were never as successful. And so investors pulled out, and it's left us in the MMO genre in kind of a really crappy place. And so Ashes, companies like who's creating Ashes and Visionary Realms making Pantheon, I think these are passion projects, right? And it's not big investors pumping a ton of money into it. They're getting to make the games they want to make, and they're taking it back to what is an MMORPG. What have we lost from the past that was good? How can we make it better? And that's where I feel like Pantheon really sits in a good place. I am having so much fun in Pantheon. We've brought people into the game that have never played MMOs before or have played MMOs before and are looking for something done better, right? And that doesn't mean in graphics or anything like that. That means in like substance. And Pantheon has been absolutely amazing. We are having a blast. So I hope all the success to Ashes as well. I think we need more games in the MMO genre, not one big major one that has all the players. I think we need a variety out there for the different play styles and desires in MMOs. So it's my little MMO spiel. We're gonna snooze that ad a second. It was my absolute pleasure. Yeah, geez. Thank you, dude. That's what I'm worried about with Dune Awakening. Yeah, me too, Lufaya. Like, it's hard. It's tough. Because when you have investor money involved, you have to do things a lot of the time. There aren't a whole lot of big investors that come in and just let you make your game. A lot of them are going to have opinions. And the thing about investment is you're trying to get the most money out of the smallest risk that you can possibly have, right? And it's less risky to copy something you've already seen is successful. But a lot of the time, these investors don't even realize why something was successful. They try to make a formula out of it, and it doesn't always work. In fact, a lot of the time, I think in gaming, it doesn't work. And I think for us as gamers, we want a level of familiarity, but we also want something that feels different. I don't want to keep playing the same game over and over and over and over again. At least not new releases, right? Like, if I'm playing Pantheon for 10 years, great, but I don't want to go to another game during that time that feels exactly like Pantheon. I want something different. I want different experiences. That's what's fun about going from like Jedi Survivor to Riven, right? Riven is nothing like Jedi Survivor. So while I had an absolute blast with Jedi Survivor, it's nice to have that change of scenery, functionality, story, all of it, right? So I think we like the familiar, but we also need some variety in there. And I think investors a lot of the time don't really get that, because at the end of the day, it's all about the return on value, right? So the return on investment. So yeah, I'm kind of worried about Dune Awakening as well. We'll see how that pans out. We'll see how it goes. Ashes is over 8 years in the making, so I know what your feelings about the race to beat WoW. Yeah, I'm not even looking to beat WoW. That's the thing. I'm not even looking to beat WoW. I don't care about the WoW killer. In fact, I hope we don't get another single MMO like WoW, because I would like the genre to stay varied. And I think if we got another World of Warcraft level of success, because success is subjective, I think if we got another game like that, it would once again shape expectations, shape investment, shape the kinds of games that came out. I would rather see more reasonable levels of success that still allowed room to be creative and have different MMO games out there with different mechanics, different approaches, different storylines. Like, we need sci-fi, probably need horror. I'm not a fan of horror, but we probably need horror to, for the horror fans. We need time period MMOs and stuff like that, like alternate history. We need variety in the genre again. If the MMO genre is going to continue to stay healthy and it's going to continue to grow, we need different kinds of games that are MMORPGs at their core, right? Because that's going to whet the appetites, or how do I want to put that? sate the appetites of people with different tastes, right? Chuckles and Guild Wars. Jeez. Uru was a similar failure, except it predates WoW. Yeah, Uru... timing for Uru, I think, was a problem. Timing. Yeah, I'm playing WoW Classic Hardcore while watching and talking to you now. I love immersion, so I play it for a relaxing getaway. That's why I love that you're playing Riven. Yeah, for sure. Hey, Emmys, how you doing, man? What's going on? Also would not like another WoW Light. Yeah, for sure. Okay, shutting up and watching again. Finish my MMO spiel too. Yeah, yeah. So I'm very passionate about MMOs. They're my favorite kind of game. And so I've got a lot to say on the genre. I think we're missing a solid AA market. Same thing with movies. Everyone is chasing the cash cow, and there is no room for variety. Yeah, and I think there's somewhat of a natural progression in that, right? It's like once something starts to really take off and make money, you will always have people, especially with a lot of disposable income, that want to create a formula out of it and mass produce. Like you're seeing it with Marvel even now. They talk about the Marvel exhaustion that we're currently in, and it's true, because at some point people are just kind of tired of it. It's hard to still be that excited about something that's happening over and over and over again for so long, right? With nothing new. And I mean, like, there's still fans and there's still people who want it, but you're not going to see the same level of excitement and the same level of monetary investment from consumers, because eventually you just stop caring as much. You start to be a little more apathetic, yeah, to the whole thing. So, yeah, at the end of the day, I think we just need variety. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's cool. You can see this from up above now. We're going to wait a minute. We're going to wait just a minute longer for everybody to be back from ads. Gryffindor! Thanks, Padme. Padme's a Gryffindor. I really like this vantage point for the view.
Ravenclaw.
26 seconds, y'all. 26 seconds. We will be back. Look at this. Gosh. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely incredible. Four seconds. We're almost back. Welcome back from the ads. No problem. I like your passion for MMOs too. Well, thanks. Thanks, Miss Realm. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, I've been a long time fan of MMOs. I started with EverQuest back probably around 1997. Or no, oh, EverQuest didn't come out until like 99, I think. Somewhere around there. I've played a bunch of them. I've got a lot to say about them. They're my favorite type of game, so. MCU is almost 20 years old. Yeah, Lufia, for sure. It's been going a long time. And I mean, they've gotten a lot of money out of it. There's still a lot of fans, but I think you just start exhausting people in a way. It's just harder to be excited to the same level. And once something starts dipping in money, you will have investors pull out, because to them that's writing on the wall. And it's not good enough if it settles into kind of like a reasonable, you know, a reasonable plateau, right? They want to still be making that huge amount of cash. And so they'll try to move on and push a new thing that they can mass produce, because it's lower risk for potentially greater reward, even if that greater reward is a short-lived thing. Not that I'm saying the MCU is a short-lived thing. Obviously, it's been going for 20 years, but you know what I mean. We still have solid innovation in the indie market, but almost total stagnation with AAA stuff, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's why AAA is taking these huge hits. AAA is taking huge hits, and you even have development company, or game development companies now where their management is coming out saying, we're not going to approach this like AAA like AAA anymore. We need smaller teams and things like that because they're seeing how popular a lot of indies are. Like, that's the thing. I mean, like, I love beautiful graphics and stuff, but it's getting to the point where, like, first of all, gameplay is king, and I think we've hit the point where people are really starting to feel it, and they want the gameplay back, even if it's at the expense of the graphics, right? Because I think we were all dazzled by the graphics for a while and allowed worse gameplay, weaker gameplay, because the graphics, right? And I think it's shifting now again, where it's like, well, yeah, the graphics are great, but it's easier for us to have incredible graphics now, right? And so where's the gameplay? We want better gameplay, right? And so the pendulum's sort of switching back to the other side of that. And so I think they're having to make a lot of changes in AAA. They're panicking, in my opinion. And I think we're going to see AAA take a big hit because I think we're moving into the era of the indie again. And I like that. Passion projects. That's what made video games great in the first place, were passion projects. I think we need to get back to that. Anyways, speaking of beautiful graphics, this game is amazing. Parker, I would agree with you. We can tell now that this isn't just steam coming out of there. That is burning off the gas before it's just released into the air. We can see the flame there. So that is, you're absolutely right. They've tapped into a natural gas vein, and either it's powering the burner or they're burning it off at the top of that vent. Interesting. That makes complete sense. All right, should be able to. What is this? Oh, nice. That's how you open the grate. Interesting. So now we can climb back down there if we want to. Shortcut. Okay, so we do see a catwalk running along here, and it looks like it's coming in through here. So we're looking for a door. It looks like it's probably going to take us right through here. Maybe the market does have to pop to fix things. Sucks because I feel for all the artists and developers, but I also don't want my hobby to keep shifting the wrong directions. We might see a lot more like smaller indies pop up though, with passionate people, because I think a lot of the time it's the developers that are the ones that are passionate, right? It's the project managers, it's the developers. Really, it's kind of the people more at the top and the investment groups that, I'm not saying some of them don't also care about games, but a lot of the time they're the ones that have to be worried about the money, right? Especially investment. Investment's tricky, man. Investment, I feel like, pushes people to make not awesome decisions, but yeah, a lot of the time in that development, at that developer level, right, is where you have the people that have the passion and the ideas. And so maybe that means, yeah, change is always tumultuous, and I hear you on that, but hopefully it is getting to a good place. And I do think, yeah, it does kind of gotta pop, you know. If the Dungeon Master is the know-it-all in the game and Google exists as the Dungeon Master, you'll never be able to surprise your party. So I think the fact that players can know everything and meta, they will never be satisfied, as we were before Google and the internet, especially when you can know what players are doing everywhere all the time in current games, unlike a D&D session where you're only to know what about where you are in relation to the gameplay. Yeah, I do think there's a level of you lose something because of the amount of information that's available to us. But that's why I try not to Google things in games even. Games, books, things like that. Spoilers don't always bother me because I like to experience it myself anyways. And spoilers rarely contain all the context, you know, that creates the whole of something. But I try not to, because I don't want to lose the experience of it myself, right? Sorry if this is long, but man, you're good to talk to, Orrinn. Hey, appreciate that, Miss Realm. Yeah, I always, I put this in my stream title too. I always prioritize chat, right? I could be playing this game by myself and having a blast. But I stream because I really like to chat with people. So yeah, I will always prioritize chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's great talking with you too. I love having these combos. I just wish that the people at the top that don't actually care about the craft their industry is built on actually felt the pain of a collapse, but at the level, numbers are numbers. But at that level, numbers are numbers. Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword, right, Parker? You need someone to care about the company as a company. You need someone to care about and look at the numbers. You need someone to understand the flow of money, and you need them to come up with plans for making money, right? But the flip side of that is when you care about those things, and that's the part you're involved in. For many, not all, but for many, that tends to change their perspective, or that's always been their perspective. And so they don't understand the other side of that coin, right? They don't understand fully what goes in to actually making it, right? They may know the breakdown, they may know the outline, they could know the framework, but do they know the passion? Do they know what gamers really want? You know what I mean? Like they have to be somewhat versed, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword. And even to make some of these things that we love, we need the investment, right? Like that's one of the reasons why Pantheon has taken so long to make it, because they have turned away investment from companies and people that want to control their product. And they said, no, we are going to retain creative control of our product. And they have lost chances, opportunities at investment because of that. It's one of the reasons I love Visionary Realms. It sucks because it's taking them so long to make their game, right? They could hire more artists, they could hire more designers, developers, if they had those bigger investments, but they don't want to lose the soul of their game due to investment. So, but it's taken forever. It's taken forever, and a lot of flack. Gotten a lot of flack from it. So, it's interesting. You need to have someone there worried about the money. You, as a company, you have to make money. You have to pay your employees. Nobody's out there working for free, right? So you have to have someone concerned with those things, but then those people tend to be a little out of touch. And then you have the horror stories of these people that care so much about the money that it doesn't really matter what the consumer cares about, right? I don't completely agree with that, but that's definitely a viewpoint I can respect. What part of that is that, Cheese? Are you responding to me, or? Yeah, people are not like you, and they love to win, so they meta. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I guess I don't care about the winning as much. I care about the experience. So, journey before destination, man. Journey before destination. It's too easy to drown the experience in other things rather than make those part of the experience. Yeah. If they want a surprise and difference, can't please them. Well, and that's the thing. You're never going to please everyone anyway, right? Like that's impossible. But yeah. I have to bet companies like Tencent at least tried to bid on Pantheon. Possibly? I don't know. Possibly? But yeah, but they have said they've turned around huge investments. They've turned them down because the investors wanted to control the product, and they said no. I like winning. I also like the experience. I'll gladly research stuff, but I'll also gladly go into most content blind. Gotcha, yeah. Either is fun, either can consume the fun if you worship it. Yeah. I think it does matter, but yep. Yeah, for sure. Cheese, I think, is a smart dude when it comes to that kind of stuff, so yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Everybody likes winning, but to me, maybe winning has a little bit of a different definition to the person who uses hacks to win, right? Like, winning is so important to them that they're willing to go to the length of not really playing the game themselves and learning the game themselves and growing into the game and being better themselves. They would rather rely on something else to just get them that W, right? And I don't care that much about winning. I want the experience. Like even Riven missed. The thing I love the most about it is the immersion, is feeling like I'm part of that world. It's the same thing with Pantheon. I don't care about rushing to any sort of like end game or level cap or server first or anything like that. I don't even care about dying, because in that death, I've learned something about the encounter I'm trying to succeed in, right? And so to me, the hurdles are lessons, and they're part of the experience. And to me, I would rather feel immersed in this game than necessarily win. Does that make sense? Although you can never really avoid a meta, I think it's great design when they can make other build strategies still worth using. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, metas change in a game that is built in a really great way like that, right? Like, if there are other avenues, if there's multiple avenues that are viable, you'll see metas shift, right? I think when you have one meta and it always stays that meta, that's poor game design at that point. Because really you've just designed it in a way where only one way works best, right? And so people are just going to always gravitate towards or push towards that one avenue. But if you have a meta that continues to shift, I think that's good game design. Balance, I think, could reflect real life, and when you test the average human, they're not about balance, they're about self-gratification. Yeah, I don't know that everybody is, and I think it's situational too. It's easy to say that, though, sometimes, because I think what we end up seeing is extreme cases. A lot of the time, it's extreme cases that we become aware of, right? Because nobody's out there talking about the average experience. No, nobody's out there really. I've always said it's the zealots and the haters that you're going to hear on forums, and very little of the majority who are just there having a good time, or didn't care for it and walked away, right? Like, and didn't put any more thought to it. So it's the zealots and the haters that's what you're going to hear from the most. So, and I think that starts to then shape what you expect from something, because that's all you're hearing. So exactly, Orrinn, your average player is probably just quietly enjoying and consuming content. Yeah, or quietly walking away and not being bothered by it, right? They're either walking away and not thinking about it again and going and doing something else that they enjoy, or they're just quietly doing it, you know? So it's always the extremes that we hear about, and I think that starts to change our perception that that's all there is. So when adults who understand themselves play games, they play for a reason totally different from kids or adults that want to relive a childish dream of winning. Yeah, but even kids too. I think we underestimate kids, and I've realized that more and more with my own children. My son really likes Fortnite, and somebody could assume, and he's a kid that has a hard time like sitting still. He's very energetic, right? And you could almost assume that he wouldn't like a game like Riven. He was so immersed in Riven, he loves it. My kids are asking to play it, and I kind of almost didn't expect that, right? And so I think we underestimate kids a lot of the time in that category as well, because again, I think we're seeing and hearing a lot about extreme cases. So the very vocal minority of forum posters, yep, or forum posters, yeah, for sure. Ooh, so okay, this didn't take us out to that crosswalk. This is taking us lower in, and that's interesting because this was not here in the original. I'm gonna say that a million times. Yeah, I can tell by who you are, Orrinn. I would like your kids. Oh, thanks, Miss Realm. Yeah, my kids are great kids. I mean, and, you know, obviously I'm biased. They're my kids, but, and, you know, and again, that's not to, what would you say, like, angelic size? I don't know how you'd say that. My kids aren't angels, right? Nobody's perfect, but I think they're great kids. I think they're good kids. Actually, what's fun is yesterday, I'll tell you this because I'm really proud of them. Really proud of my children. My son had double basketball games yesterday, and afterwards we went out to eat with my parents, and we paid and everything after our meal and stuff, and the waitress went around the table again, so she was over by my parents, went around the table to Kylaris and said to her, I just want to let you know your kids are the best behaved kids in this whole restaurant. Wow, what a compliment. I made sure to tell my children how absolutely proud I was of them, and that their behavior, people will notice their behavior, and how absolutely proud I was. It's amazing. Are we back in ads? Oh, ads are starting soon. Does you pass on your wisdom? I try, man, and I'll tell you, I'm not perfect either. I make mistakes, but I guess the thing is I try to always be honest with my kids, do my best to, you know, there's age appropriateness, of course, but like I try to tell my kids why, not just you got to listen to me, but this is why dad is saying this, or why mom says this, because we care, because we love you, because we want the best for you, right? And so, you know, I try to teach them, not just, you know, tell them what to do. Wow, what is this? Hold on, we're gonna follow this pipe a minute. So this pipe, where's that coming from? Okay. So this is what did we put the power to this? Hold on a second. This is nice music. I love it. Welcome back from the ads. I followed this pipe. So we're in an area that they did not have in the original, like kind of a cave. And I realized that there was a pipe that's probably powering. We saw a little kind of a machine in the back of the cave. And I realized that there was a pipe going to it that would be powering it. And I figured we left the power on the boiler. So I followed the pipe back, and we are going to switch the power over to here. Let's see here. Yeah, in the end, the only thing we can do is give them our blessings of trying to make good decisions. We can't live their lives. Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing too, Miss Realms. It's like I tell my kids all the time. Oh, hey, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Glad to have you in. Good conversations. You know, I try to tell them too, like, and teach them that at some point the shift of responsibility, not at some point, the shift of responsibility is continuously happening, right? And me and Kylaris's job is to prepare them to be responsible, capable adults who recognize that they're not perfect, who try their best and have a good attitude, right? And a million other life lessons, really. But that's the job, right? That's what you're trying to do. So yeah, we do our best. I'm never gonna claim to be perfect, but do our best. Proud dad moment, Emmys. It's moments like those, really, that there's so many things that make it worth it, right? There's so many things, little things even, you know what I mean? Up to big things, big events, big moments and stuff that make you proud to be a parent. That was absolutely one of them. When people out in the world see my children, and I mean, like, you know, Kylaris made the point to them too, it's not like we're even telling them, hey, behave. We feel like we've raised them in a way where they just know the expectations, right? And they know how they should be behaving, and they know what they should be doing, and it's part of who they are, right? And so when we go to this restaurant, we're not having to remind them to behave. They're just doing it. At no point during that entire meal did we have to tell them to, you know, sit down in your seat, you know, don't yell, like whatever it is. We didn't have to tell them anything. We didn't have to reprimand them or anything like that. At this point, they know how to behave. And so when a waitress or a waiter then comes up and says, hey, I just want to tell you, your kids are the best behaved in this restaurant. Holy cow, man, is that cool. You know, so we made sure to tell them, they notice. They notice. And on top of that, mom and dad are so super proud of you. And we try to give that positive reinforcement, right? If I've got to be upset about something, if I've got to, you know, have a consequence there of like, hey, you're grounded, something like that, I'm going to take time to explain why and what I'm trying to teach them and what the importance is, right? But it's really great when I have those moments where I can, you know, this positive reinforcement of people are noticing how good you're behaving. They're noticing the attitude. They're noticing the behavior. That's incredible. Like, so cool. So yeah, my kids, I love the fact that my family's really tight knit, and that I have two really amazing children. So. MMO talks straight into Orrinn dad mode, but yeah, I mean, you know, if there's anything I'm proud of the most, it's my kids. So my wife, my kids, and I gotta give a big shout out to Kylaris. What an amazing mother! What an absolutely incredible mother. So my kids are as amazing as they are primarily because of her. So. Yeah, things we can do is give them our blessings. Yeah, and I mean, like, it's our job to teach them. Kids without direction, they've even done studies. Kids without direction, without rules, without expectations, it's chaos to them. And even though it sounds good to children, right? Like, it sounds good to not have any rules. It's chaos, and kids don't want to feel like they're living in chaos. They want direction. They want reinforcement, right? And so I think, you know, it is my job, it is Kylaris's job to teach them what we expect, teach them how they should act and behave and things like that, to try and impart wisdom and things. But wisdom's also learned. Wisdom isn't imparted always. You can tell somebody. Sometimes it's an experience thing. That's why it's wisdom and not knowledge, right? But yeah, we're just out there. We're doing our best. We're doing our best for them. Did you know they made a VR Myst, Orrinn? I did. Yeah. And in fact, this and Myst are one of the games that I almost bought a VR headset for, because man, this remake is VR capable as well. So, Apollo, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Apollo, how are ya? How was your stream? What are you guys up to? Welcome in, raiders. If you don't already know me, I'm Orrinn. I'm a family-friendly variety streamer. I typically stream with my wife, Kylaris, who is unfortunately sleeping right now and not streaming because she has a headache. So actually fortunate she is sleeping so that she feels better. So welcome in. We're glad to have you. What is going on? I think I'm going to follow. Great community and stream. Hey, thank you so much, Miss Realm. I really appreciate that. Great conversation. Love it. So glad to have you here. Were you one of those kids who was learning from failing, Orrinn? I was glad I made it through too. Yes. I was not the same person back in the day that I am now. I think a lot of people can say that, but yeah, definitely was a fairly drastically different person back in the day. Had a lot of things happen in life that, you know, I sometimes you think it's like, I'd like to go back and change that because it sucked. And at the end of the day, I'm like, you know, I probably wouldn't change it because I am who I am because of those experiences. So, but it wasn't always easy, but a lot of good things. The journey isn't easy. So it is what it is. When we get told, I wish I had 20 of your kids in class, that's amazing. Yeah, for sure, Gusty. Absolutely. I mean, again, proud parent moment, right? Like, so good. Ben's teacher told us that she loves his infectious attitude, you know, and his outlook and how happy he is and how he's always positive and stuff. And Emily always gets like these responsibility awards and she gets put in charge of things and everything. And it's like, man, you know, yeah, they screw up, they mess up, and that's going to happen. Like, and we tell them that too. Our expectation is not that you're perfect. You can't be perfect. That's not our expectation. Our expectation is that you're trying and you're trying with a good attitude. That's, you know, and if you have a problem, you come talk to us so we can help carry the burden, right? And so, yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, Gussie, that's incredible too. I wish I had 20 of your kids in class. Yeah, that's awesome. If what you received in that restaurant can be presented in a game, I think we cracked the code for better games to relate dad mode into streaming games mode. Yeah, and I think there's some games that do that. Yeah, welcome in, CCB, coming in with Apollo. Apollo, thank you so much. Was sailing with Chatcat and Dalek Boy and Lucky Tomahawk. Oh, awesome. That's cool. Great group of people. Fantastic. Well, Apollo, I hope you had a great time. Thank you so much for your raid. Appreciate it. All right, you guys, so we turned on the power here. Looks like it's coming from the lake. Running up into the wall here. Oh, this is cool. I didn't see that. So that's got to begin. I wonder what is that like the sun? What kind of moat of power is that? And you have Denis written along that. I wish my Denis was good. Because that's actual, that could be translated. That's really cool. Orrinn, Gussie redeemed Star Wars trivia. Oh, thanks, Willis. Yeah, we'll get to that really quick. Actually, I probably should have turned that off for Riven, but we'll do this for Gussie really quick. Gussie, hold on. Let me see if I want to go with that question. Okay, Gussie, I think you're going to know this, so this is for everybody else. What language does Aunt Beru want her translator droid to speak? Our favorite answer in Star Wars trivia. What language does Aunt Beru want her translator droid to speak? Extra points, not that the points matter, but extra points if you know how to spell it. I'm loving this. This is fantastic. This emblem of Gen, and I wish I knew what it said. Looks like a button. Yeah, I don't think it's a button. I think it's more of a symbol for it. We can try and press it. For Gusty! Wait, so is this your first time with the Mist Saga? CCB, it is not. I played this game. This is the remake, but I played this game back when when it came out in 97. I think I was 14 or 15 back in 97. So yeah, no, this is not my first foray into Myst. I've played Mysts 1 through 4 as well as Uru. I didn't play Myst 5, though I've watched it. I wasn't a big fan of one of the storylines in Uru, which was expounded upon in Myst 5, so I didn't really get into that one. I am a huge Myst fan. I actually have the Myst Reader, which is a trilogy of books in one. The Book of Tiana, which is Atris's grandmother, the Book of Atris, and what is it? The Book of Denis. And I have all of those. I've read that multiple times. So no, I'm a huge Myst fan, CCB. I'm a huge fan. In fact, what I'm having a really great time doing is comparing the original to the remake here, because there's a lot different. So CCB, this is actually, Riven is a foundational game for me. It really shaped what I want in games and in lore and things like that, right, in my games. So I absolutely love Riven. I think typically I put it in my top 5 games of all time. So let's see here. For Gusty, so say we all. Gotcha. Gusty can't answer. Right, no, Gusty can answer, but DY Mongoose says Bachi. Emmy says basic. Gusty says, I don't know this one. Are you serious? Buggy says R2D2. That's not a language there, Buggy Hoser, but good one. CCB says what Goose said. Is that the spelling? Possibly. Yeah, spelled like bocce ball. The answer. Gusty, did you really not know? Or are you pulling my leg? The answer is bocce. And Goose did spell it correctly. Well done, DY Mongoose. Person there with bocce and spelled correctly. No, Gussie said he knows. Oh, okay. Did I read it wrong? I don't think we can. Yeah, we can't press this. It's probably set too high, even. All right, let's follow this pipe down. So CCB, you're a Myst fan? Nice one, Goose. Goose, how you doing, buddy? I love this. This was not here. It's a very drippy, stalactite, stalagmite cave. Gonna have power running. Whatever this machine is. Hold on, what's this pipe connect to? What is... That pipe runs off... Sorry, I'm like... It's this kind of thing that fascinates me. Oh, we don't know. It runs out. Maybe it's pumping water out again? Like the big pipe we walked through? There's so many details and little implications everywhere in this game that, like, maybe that doesn't seem like a big deal, and maybe it's not, but I'm just curious. Okay. So it looks like another pump. Okay. This is completely new. What is this? And I want to say, is this music new as well? I don't think this music was in the original. So are we pumping water out of here? Because we can't get down there right now. I've never played. I did watch someone play a tiny bit of it, but I don't think they enjoyed it. From what I remember, it's a giant puzzle game. It really is, CCB. It's a giant puzzle game that is just dripping with lore. It is so lore rich. And the lore is very implied. You get some journals and things to read, but it is so implied. This game is the only game I ever bought a guide to back in the day. Like, it was so hard for me as a 15-year-old, but I absolutely love it. Thankfully, the guide had a section in it that wasn't super spoilery, more like little nudges in the right direction, but I love this game, so. This cave looks super cool. Love the reflections of the ripples. Yeah. Oh, it's underwater. Yes, we have to pump it out, it seems. Yeah, it was made in the early 2000s or 90s, right? Myst 1, I think, was that 1991 or 1993? Myst, the original game, I think maybe 1993. Yeah, Parker, thank you. And then Riven came out in 97. So I was 15 in 97. I would have been 10 in 93. So I got Myst for free, actually, from some friends of my parents. They were like, yeah, our kids are never going to play this. Maybe your kids will like it. And me and my brother dove headfirst into Myst. Loved it. And then when Riven came out, man, blew my mind. Riven is one of those sequels that I think is actually even better than the original. Hey, what's up, Ace? How you doing, man? What's going on, buddy? All right. Looks like a big button here. We can press it. Wow, cool. So yeah, we're absolutely pumping the water out and draining it probably down the side of the exterior side of the mountain. Voila. Completely new content. I might get into it. It looks interesting. CCP, it is so fun. If you can take the time and have the patience to take it all in, to explore even the little details, and not everything is important, right? But to like the gameplay, but like if you can take the time and dive into it and take note of all the little details and stuff like that, it is so rich in lore and in content, and then the puzzles are fantastic, and the puzzles are really well done too. I cannot speak highly enough of this game. What is this? So like nothing is even placed there at random either, you know what I mean? Like there's a reason for things being there. It's pretty great. Like even this, like what is this? It's almost like this is discolored. I wondered if I could do something with that. So it definitely looks like maybe they're chipping away the insides of this. I feel like I'd be asking myself too many questions. Is this rock supposed to be here? But see, that's the thing. You're supposed to ask yourself that. And the thing is that rock, you know, say that rock doesn't have, and we're just using rock as a hypothetical, right? But say that rock doesn't play into a puzzle, but it's still part of the story, right? It still gives some clues as to like the people here, or what they're doing, what's going on, you know what I mean? Little minute details. So it's like, yeah, you're supposed to be asking yourself those questions. Oh, it's one of those games, lol, I might now, let's see what happens. Yeah, man, so good. It is so fun. Because even like this, I don't... What? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think this was gonna be part of a puzzle. We were just talking about, I didn't think this was gonna be part of a puzzle. I thought it was here to tell us something, like what are they doing here, right? Like you have this cart, and it looks like you have a place. Yeah, definitely. They are carefully placing these into this sort of cradle, and this is like a mattress. What's up with this stuff that they need to transport it like this? Like, why not just a box? Is it volatile? Right? Who knows? Exactly, or in the contrast, and what you don't see matters in Riven and Myst games. Absolutely. It's rock going on what? Yeah, I don't know. It duplicated, it did duplicate. Duplication bug. Watch out, I'm in trouble. It's just lore, guys. Yeah, yeah. That is a bit of a visual bug. It is meant to animate it falling into the sling. Oh, well, it's sad we missed that, but oh well. What do you do? We've got the idea. It is CCB. It's amazing. Is it an egg? I don't know. Possibly, but I would think because we're kind of chipping away, maybe it
You
could
weren't
be
here
that
for the jokes
something.
before. You're not here for the jokes still.
It's true. It could be that something created these. Like they almost look like they're sealed purposefully. I'm not sure what that is. That's crazy. So I wondered if they were mining something, you know, and just even seeing the pick and like whatever this is. The fact that that just falls into here too, once it's loose, like it makes me wonder if this is somehow like you don't want friction on it or something, you know what I mean? So it's very clear we want that to go there. Why the mattress? It's like they don't want to damage it somehow. Like, I don't know what this is. But they're definitely mining these sort of bulbous... I don't know. Like, is it natural rock? Do these grow here? Is it a mineral that just grows inside of here naturally? Or is it placed there by something? Love it. Well, it's pretty clear what we need to do. Just do something. Okay. Huh. Huh. Let's do. Oh, the counterweight for the elevator. Wow. Okay. Assuming we're supposed to ride that up. Does that go? Ooh, yikes. Geode? Yeah, could be. You got it! I know. It's awesome. I think there might be something else I might want to do before I... Do I want to come back over here really quick? So... we saw a catwalk connect to this, and it was not as deep or as far into the rock as where we've gone here. And that makes me think... Yep. We have doorways behind doorways. So here's our catwalk. We're not going to go this way yet. We're already committed here. But we did see that dome up from up above. So we're going to go down here, and I bet our dome is down this way. So we're going to do this first before we take an elevator anywhere. Here's our dome. Actually, we can see where the viewer is on the other side. I don't remember what symbol we need, but what's nice is that, what is it? Our notebook. Oh, let's see. That's Jungle Island. That's toilet. I think it's this. So we need the vertical, I'm going to say closed eye. Vertical closed eye. The music down there was quite suspenseful. Yeah, the music gets pretty suspenseful, CCP. So I think we're dealing with a similar situation here, where we have this door that is a double door. Double door. And here is our viewer. Got it. Oh, it was like perfect timing. So we needed to wait for the symbol and press the button. Oh, incredible. This part is so cool. It was not in the original, and it blows my mind. Sealed in. Ah! Loading. Yeah, it's not horror at all. It's suspenseful, but CCB, I'll tell you, you rarely come across actual people in this. It is suspenseful, but it's more of a suspenseful ambiance than it is really any kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say real suspense, but I like horror games like this too. Yeah, I mean, this isn't horror, I don't think. It's just, they create an air of mystery. So we are back in the starry expanse. And what I've kind of found too here with the kids and stuff is these are, and we talked about it last time as well. I think Parker was kind of highlighting some of it too. These are actually tears in reality. And so the Denis believed in a concept that they called the Great Tree of Possibilities, that all of the ages, all the worlds and the dimensions that they belong to were all connected by something called the Great Tree of Possibilities. As in, like, almost the endless number of realities that are possible were all connected in a way. The starry expanse almost kind of represents the tree. If the universes and the planets are leaves on the tree, the starry expanse would be the tree itself, right? Would be the trunk, would be the branches, connecting them all. And so this is actually like a tear through reality into the starry expanse. And Gen has essentially built around them to kind of contain them, and then created doors into it. Which is nuts. It's not, but I like the added horror. Yeah, it is suspenseful a bit. As long as nothing jumps out like in these new horror games, I'll look into playing it. Yeah, I don't like jump scares, CCB, so, and with how much I love this game, I think it should be good. Hey, Mutant, how are you? Hey, Orrinn, how are you doing? I'm doing really good. How are you? So the tree is the source of all life. I don't know if the tree is the source of all life. The Denis believed in a god called Yavo. And there's a whole bunch of information on that too. But the tree would have been created by Yavo. CCB, I don't know if you've ever read the Chronicles of Narnia. And like in The Magician's Nephew, where they talk about the woods between the worlds. The wood between the worlds. Like a wood, like a woods, like a gathering of trees. So think, if you've heard of that, think of the wood between the worlds. That's more what the starry expanse is. Now, life is planted, or however in their story, life is found on all these different worlds. But what's interesting is you have a whole bunch of life that would be somewhat alien to us, or very alien to us, but humanoids are extremely prevalent. So the Rivenese people are human, and a Rivenese person can have children with a Denis person or with a human person. Like, they can have children, right? Which speaks to some shared DNA, right? And so, like, or similar DNA. And so it's like you find life, humanoids found throughout all these ages in the Denis multiverse. And so it's really interesting. So the starry expanse isn't the source of life. It is connecting all these different dimensions, connecting all these different planets. Tree is less the source of life and more the entire breadth of possibility. Yeah, right. All the possible planets. Ah, yes, it's been a while since the Magician's Nephew. Yeah, but if you know what I'm talking about, that's essentially the idea. I'm good just procrastinating working while watching Twitch. That's cool, Mutant. Nice. What you up to? Like, are we talking job work? Are we talking school work? BRB making some tea sounds good. Amnesia is a horror series that remind me a lot of these types of games. Oh, really? That's cool. Isn't Amnesia terrifying? Emi says yes. Did they make a movie or a TV series about this? So much material here. Actually, there was talks about making both, kind of based on the same script. They were really going for a TV show at one point. The head of Cyan, Rand Miller, was in talks with somebody to make a TV show. There was a script and everything too. It ended up falling through. I would love it. If they made it into a TV show, a TV series, or a movie series. Oh, it is so good. It's so fun. So let's see here. We want to, like last time. So my theory is these orbs floating around are actually, one, the stars that you see out in the expanse, but are also the souls of worlds. Because the sounds that were coming from that orb as it flew by remind me of sounds made on worlds in Myst. I have a theory that the reason that humans are prevalent is because the art, being humanoid developed, has a tendency toward finding other humanoids. Yeah, that could be, Parker, but also I think, like, if their belief in Yavo is well put, it's possible that Yavo is creating humanoids. I mean, really, at the end of the day, it could be both. You know, that they're finding worlds pretty often with humanoid people on them because they're humans and because they're humanoid and have a humanoid perspective, right? But they're also not writing people into the descriptive books. But they're writing worlds that are habitable, that are humanoid friendly environments too, though, right? Because they want to go there themselves. So yeah, that all makes sense. But even from like an in-world, their religious point of view, you could sit there and say, well, could Yavo then have seeded all these worlds with humanoids? I have a theory that I read that. It could also be that the art tends to prioritize closer branches of the tree, and because of that, humanoids are common as they exist in closer branches of the tree. Yeah, that could be too. The souls of worlds. Talk reminds me a tiny bit of the lore of Kingdom Hearts. The lore here is way more sci-fi, though. What's interesting, though, CCB, in a lot of ways, if it's sci-fi, and it is sci-fi, but it's through the lens of what almost feels ancient and rustic and mystical. So there's a level of mystical whimsy to it, which is one of the reasons why I love it. The Denis were actually very scientifically minded. They were advanced, far advanced than we are even now in ways. But it's all with this veneer of old and not noticeably sci-fi at first. On top of the power of traveling between worlds. Is that science fiction? Is that fantasy? Because it really kind of comes off as magic. So we are going to rotate this tower again. We talked about this. Parker, what were those lenses called again? Lighthouses. It's not Fearling. It's dang it, I always get it wrong. Science fantasy, yeah, pretty much. Emmys. Not Furling. Oh, it's definitely fiction. Fresnel, that's it. Fresnel lenses. Yeah, this definitely looks like Fresnel lenses like you would find on a lighthouse. Those lenses are really designed to focus light, right? Focus light, which is interesting. Light is energy. To focus light in very specific directions. And so these absolutely look like Fresnel glass. Oh, hold on. Oh, hey. In. Extend the bridge. Okay. And then we know from last time, here's our symbol. Let's load up one of these orbs. So my theory is, I think that these orbs are like a battery. I think they're storage for energy. And I want to say that Gen is finding a way to harness the energy in the starry expanse. And he's siphoning it and storing it in these orbs. And then the orbs are going to the dome, the big dome on Temple Island, where we saw how the different pipes led to like an indicator light above them in the dome. And so I think we're actually gathering energy. I don't know if he can get a direct, straight conduit of it, but he's found a way to store it in these orbs. And this sort of like, we'll call it a lighthouse then? The sort of lighthouse here, I think, is what's actually pulling in the ambient energy of the starry expanse. Because if you watch, I think the beam goes from the lighthouse to this receptor right here. See, I think it's going this way, or this way. It's hard on screen. Okay, and then I think it's going up the pipe, through the fissure, into the dome, because that's now gone. I wonder if these orbs come from those rocks we saw earlier. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Oh, Emmys. That might be why they're mining it. And they're almost like in a vacuum here, you know? Maybe they make the storage containment, the batteries. Maybe they make that from whatever mineral that was. That was one of those butterflies. It got into the starry expanse. Even think about pulling that out in here. Oh, cool. So, one thing to note, Emily found on our playthrough, we're not as far as this, but I will say that Emily found another lit up point on this orb. So this is the last place we were at. This is the first one we went through, the first fissure door. Where did she see that one? Emily pointed out one that I hadn't seen before. Right there. Nope, that's not it. That one. Hold on. This one right here. We didn't see this last time. I haven't been through there, this was already available to us. Goes one of those orbs again. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. Okay. I think that's what the stars are. Anyways, we've lined this up. We can do the same thing here. Have our lighthouse. And actually, we can determine what island we're on already because I took screenshots of the symbol right there, a half open eye. This is absolutely going towards this. So it's pulling energy. I think this is gathering ambient energy and crazy. So we should have 3 lit up spots of power in the dome. So if we actually pull open our notebook, we find the eye that's half closed. It's the island we couldn't see from Temple Island. It's in mist. It's obscured by clouds and steam. We can hop out here really quick. Oh my gosh, it's 12:49. I should have been in bed a long time ago. I love this game so much. Kylaris was like, I know how you get with this. Don't be stupid. I love this game so much. There's our symbol again. So these symbols correlate to the islands. I'm wondering if this is another numbering system possibly, or just a way to indicate. So there's Jungle Island. We've been there. It's the second island we were at. There is Temple Island. And that, I think, so we powered up that orb as a battery, and I think we sent it shooting through this pipe all the way to the temple, or all the way to the dome on Temple Island. The dome actually isn't the temple, even though you would think so. I love the music here. Oh my gosh. So what's interesting too is we saw on Temple Island that there was a tram line that was busted. And out in the water here, there were spots like this where there had been tram towers. And we can see that the tram used to dock, like station, right there. But this island has probably moved due to the tectonic disturbances. Has moved farther away from its original position. And this, I believe, looks like it was once a giant tree, an absolutely humongous tree, but is now just a stump. And looks like someone, probably Gen, has created like a structure in it. Is this the latest game in the series, Orrinn? It is not. This is number 2 of 6. So there's Mists 1 through 5, and then there's Uru. And Uru kind of takes place between 4 and 5, closer to 5's time frame. And Uru was designed, you can play it single player, but Uru was actually originally designed as a puzzle MMO. And you can actually go to the Denis Cavern, which is miles under the earth. You can go to their city, and it's really cool. I love the ambiance there. It's so fun, and you can actually meet up with other real players. It was a little clunky. The visuals were fantastic. I liked the puzzles and everything. It was a little clunky, and it never really fully took off, but there's people still playing it. That tree was still standing the last time that Atris set foot in Riven. It was, yeah, yep. Puzzle MMO, I love the sound of that. It was really cool, Emmys. It was originally designed to need other people to solve some of the puzzles. Like, you'd have to work together and unlock different worlds. So there's our containment box that is containing the fissure into the starry expanse. And as Parker pointed out too, there's runes on it that probably help contain it. Okay, some kind of door. Oh, we're gonna need a combination. So listen to the sounds. We're gonna call this click, wrench, ding, bell. Click, wrench, bell. Okay, we don't know the password. Is this a remaster? It looks too good to be from the 90s. So what's cool about this game, Emmys, is the original looked fantastic, especially for the 90s, because what they did is it was a point and click, right? And so it was all it wasn't really 3D rendered, right? It was 2D backdrops, and then you would click the direction you wanted to turn, or if you wanted to follow down a path, you would click, and there would be sort of almost like a blending transition into the next scene. And so with that, they were able to have much higher graphical fidelity, or, you know, better graphics for that, because really it was just painted scenes. And then they were able to overlay that with some motion capture and things like that. So it looked fantastic in the 90s, but this, they've definitely remastered it for sure. But they've also added more content. So it's a remake, not just a remaster. So it's been pretty exciting, because I can't just, you know, it's been a long time since I played, but I can't just walk into this and go, yeah, I know how to solve this. No big deal. Some of this I know. I'm gonna tell you, the doors with the walkways behind them, the doors that served as double function, I knew that. I knew what to expect from that. But a lot of this is brand new, and I have no idea. So, not to mention too, I think like things like the code here and everything are randomly generated, and so I won't know the code. It'll be unique to my playthrough. Okay, so we can't open that door. Yes, all simple codes are randomized. Yeah, I love that. Can't just look up a guide. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to solve the puzzle. You have to explore. You have to do it. Okay, we already know what the symbol is here. I missed it. Oh, I don't like that it's outlining it for me. Oh, that's because I did get it. I thought I missed. I guess we're not close enough to... It's really cool. The visual there also ties their importance. Whoa. Oh, I didn't know I could walk. I didn't know I could walk out here. Oh, it's closing up. Whoops. Stepped off the path. But the gold dome underneath there really ties the significance to the big dome on Temple Island. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the outline pops up when you do hit it. Yeah, yep. That seems to be the case. I guess I wasn't close enough to hear the audio cues. The music is great. Oh, for years I'll just I've just been pulling up the soundtrack just to listen. What in the world? You guys! This is brand new. So they didn't even have this puzzle in there back in the day. I was half expecting you to keep looking up and miss the gap in the rail. Yeah, I would have. Welcome back, Miss Realm. Fortunately, you stumbled off the path. I sure did. It was kind of on accident. We've got all the totems again. Yeah, I wonder what these are for. Are these for, like, dead Rivenese people? Ooh, and we've got the daggers. Wonder what the point that is. But I don't mean the point on the dagger. Oh! What are we doing? What is that? Oh, I wondered if we'd see something with our lens finder. So it seems like the Rivenese are using an invisible paint. Is that just to show us that there's... I don't know. What is this showing us? It's showing us the inside of this root. Is that metal? Is it filled with metal? What's the purpose of that? Game accident? No, right? Well, yeah. I mean, stumbling across new things is a way of playing in these. That looked cool. Never saw this area before. Yeah. Are the tree rings of importance, perhaps? I don't know. Are the ages of the tree a clue for a number somewhere? I don't think so, because like maybe, but like if we counted the rings, this is a root, and I mean, like, you can kind of see too that like have some like half rings. I don't know. Basically what Emmys was asking. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm wondering what this is showing. Nothing in the invisible paint. Maybe an orb goes in the slot? Oh, that would be interesting. We'd have to carry one all the way here, and I don't... Wait! That's pointed at Jungle Island. That's off the beach where we find the paint, and we found the viewfinder that we're using here to see the invisible paint. And I had noticed from below that they had painted all on the rocks, but I couldn't make out from any vantage point what they had painted. Yeah, do you recognize? Wait, I missed it. I'll look back again, CCB. Do you recognize that place? I sure do. You can see the ladder where you found the lens. Yeah. Yep. This is a hidden telescope. And it points us. There's the bucket right there. That's the bucket of paint. There's the ladder that they use to paint up on the rocks. We were standing down here, and if we looked up in here, you could see through the viewfinder that some of the rock had been painted. You just couldn't see what had been painted. And I went around looking to see if there was a vantage point that I could tell, and you couldn't from there. But you can here. We're going to take a picture of that. We're going to screenshot that. That is a fish. And it's the fish. Parker, that's the fish that are pointed down in the water in the lake on Jungle Island, right? That we saw. It's like they're buoyant vertically. The downfish. Yeah. If you had come here before picking up the lens, you would see a gleaming point of light where the lens is hanging. Oh, that's brilliant. It's a fish, not a ship. It is a fish. There's a certain kind of fish on that island, and maybe they're found elsewhere, but so far we've only seen them on that island. And they don't, you know, like a fish is usually horizontal, right? Mouth in the front, tail in the back. These fish, which they're calling downfish, point down. So it's like they're most buoyant at the top, or on their bottom, really, if you will. Crazy. So that's like their eyeball and the fins. But this would be the rudimentary. Think of a rustic people that don't necessarily know fine art, right? This is their picture of that fish. That's crazy. Now we should be able to, there's our wheel. So, we've learned from the schoolhouse that this is the Rivenese number 1. Huh. Okay. Okay. I'm beside myself. This is amazing. What's happening? Nope. 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 Oh, I can walk out on it. Oh. What? Oh, Buggy, I'm going to the top. Kind of waiting for the ads to be over. Welcome back from the ads. The architecture is incredible, dude. Well, what's really cool too is you'll have this mix of Denis, and then you'll of Denis style, because Gen, who's basically ruling these people right now, he's Denis, and then you have Rivenese, which is going to be prevalent because it's the native people, and then you have a situation where Gen is working with limited resources because he's trapped here. He's been trapped on Riven, on the age of Riven. So the universes, whatever they call them, ages. And so he's trapped on the Age of Mist, and he's been here for 30 years. And so you have his own Riven, or his own Denis style, or what he perceives as Denis style. And then, and with the tools and the resources and the peoples he's working with to make that happen. And then you have the native Rivenese style as well. So what in the world? Once again, I should just have it on a recording. This wasn't in the original game. And I'm kind of freaked out that I can go here right now. is this? What is this? I mean, I think we saw there was a hole there. On the other side, like down here. Yeah, this goes straight through. Is that... Oh, it's just a light. It's a skylight through the tree, illuminating the statue. I think it's a skylight. It could look at the stars, but yeah, but I think it's a skylight down to there. I almost feel like we shouldn't be here yet, but give it a shot. We're gonna save it first. In case I want to go back, in case I have second thoughts. I'm gonna look around a minute. I feel like I want to have this lens out all the time. I don't think that's necessary, but... There's a mark. They've marked it on the dome. Rule of thumb save? Yeah, for sure. Too short. Too short to climb up there. So it seems to me as though the Rivenese have been finding an alternate way up here.
Hello there.
Hey, just curious, you gonna try Manor Lord someday, Orrinn? I don't know. I don't know much about it. Like some food here. These little windows. Can't get out to that other ladder. I'm intrigued by Manor Lords. Not sure it's ready yet, though. I don't know anything about it. We can't go around the other...
You made it.
I did!
But how did you get past Gen?
I didn't!
I know what he's doing. He's watching you. He's waiting for you to make a mistake.
I won't.
You can't let Gen get back to Dunny. Find the moiety. They have the book.
Who's that? Oh, the book.
Be careful.
I think that's Catherine. It's gotta be Catherine. So she's saying the moiety have the book. So at the very beginning of the game, we end up in a cage at the Lincoln spot where we enter this world. The cage actually works with a pressure plate. When somebody links in to that spot, their weight presses down on the, when they materialize, their weight presses down on the plate in the linking chamber. So this chamber was built over the spot where people link into the world, and it makes a gate shut. And you're trapped there because Gen is going to want to interrogate and capture anyone who links into Riven because he's been trapped there, right? It's his prison. And he expects it's going to be Atris, right? But we're saved by someone in a mask, in like leather garb almost. And that person must have been part of the moiety. And so now we've got to find them. That person took the book that we had, which is another prison. It's another prison. I'd have to get way into the lore. Go watch the other episode. But it's another prison. It's a one-man prison for Gen. And so they took that book. So that it must be the moiety. And they're the ones with the daggers. The kind of like special-looking daggers that we've seen. So I think they're the ones actually going around. We're seeing those daggers as little hints as to where to look. So even the log telescope had 2 of those daggers on either side. That's them giving hints and clues to the Rivenese people. Hey, you need to look closer here. And so that must be their dagger and their symbol. I was just thinking, where are all the people? Yeah, a lot of them are hiding. Well, she went back behind stage. She did, into this room, I would think. So it must be that the Rivenese, or maybe the Moiety, are finding an alternate way up to talk to Catherine, right? So you have the door in the front, which is locked, and that would be what Gen is using. But Gen isn't taking the time to go around. He doesn't expect there to be anything, but we have these wooden ladders. So people are making contact with Catherine. Nice of Gen to give her a little caged outdoor spot she can step out to, like a little balcony. He's still a punk, though. I agree, it must be Catherine, yep. We know Gen has her trapped. The fact that she knows that you had arrived in Riven means that the Moiety are secretly coming here and keeping her informed. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, they look at her as their leader and more. So that makes sense. So I'm confused without spoiling the whole thing. Are we the player trapped here? We are. We're recently trapped here. In fact, we're sent here with the knowledge that at least for a time, we're trapped here. A little bit of the backstory. I don't think this is going to be total spoilers for the game, but a little bit of backstory into the lore. Atris, one of the main characters in this, not you, but someone you befriend. Atris is part Denis, part human. He wrote The Age of Mist. Actually, he didn't write The Age of Mist. Sorry, my bad. He's someone who writes ages, right? He's part of the Denis. His dad is kind of crazy, and for like interesting reasons crazy. It's actually pretty interesting in the lore why he is the way he is, or he thinks the way he does. But his dad, he traps his dad on Riven. His dad wrote the link to Riven. And his dad tends to write to worlds. His dad likes to take shortcuts. And because of that, he writes to worlds that are unstable as it is. And they're usually pretty much doomed. And so Gen writes the link to this book, or to this age. Atris follows him at one point. Atris realizes just how insane his dad is and decides to save countless other worlds and peoples. He's going to trap his dad here. Well, he ends up meeting a woman from this world named Katran. He calls her Catherine, because that's what he thinks she says at first. He calls her Catherine. He ends up escaping with Catherine, who he ends up marrying. He has some kids with. But when they escape, they burn all the books that would link Gen off of Riven. Except for one book, the last book that Atris uses to link himself back to Mist Island, to that age. But when he linked over a rip. They call it the Starfisher, a rip in reality into that starry expanse. And so he falls in, links with the book, but the book keeps falling into the starry expanse. Okay? And what the story, how the story goes is that book ends up falling into another age, into a world, because the starry expanse is just the middle ground, right? A book's got to go somewhere. So it ends up falling to a place where you, the player, pick it up and link to Mist. And that's the start of the first game. Since then, it's been 30 years since Atris trapped Gen here. And Gen has had no way off of Riven as far as Atris is aware of. And so you're sent here without a linking book out. But the plan is at some point when we free Catherine and trap Gen, the plan is that we'll signal Atris somehow, like a seismic mega event. We'll notify Atris. Atris will come with a linking book and get us all out of here. But he's not going to come until he's sure Catherine is safe and Gen is trapped. He has to stay in the Denis Cavern trying to keep the world stable, because they don't create worlds with the books, but they can manipulate the worlds a little bit. And so he's writing in fixes, temporary fixes, to try and keep the world stable while we're here trying to complete the mission in the age. Does that make sense? There's a whole lot of lore, CCB. Like that's just like tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg kind of thing, but yeah. So yes, technically we are trapped. We do not have a way off of Riven right now. If all goes to plan, we'll be rescued out of here. But we're currently trapped as well. Crazy equals eccentric, maybe, to explain him? No, Miss Realm, he is crazy. Gen is crazy. Gen has lost his fire marbles, if you know what I'm talking about. He's pretty nuts. Yeah, so if he were to come here, then Dad finds out and all chaos breaks loose. Well, like Catherine just says, he's watching you. He's waiting for you to make a mistake. Gen is watching us. Gen is a manipulator. He's crazy. He's watching us, right? He knows we're here, but he also knows that we don't have a book out. At least not anymore on our person. And so, as far as he's aware, we're trapped here too. And so he's watching and waiting to see what we do. And so that's the thing. He will be prepared. He's waiting to see if Atris shows up. Gen is an evil dude, and he's real mad at Atris for trapping him here for 30 years. He's not going to react kindly to Atris if he shows up, right? So if we don't trap Gen, I have a feeling it's going to be bad news. Well, that's not creepy. I mean, it's a little creepy. Dude's nuts. Dude is nuts. Okay, so this has got to be our symbol of the moiety. Yeah, it's really interesting, CCB. That's why even like I love two of the 3 books that they've written in this series. Okay, Orrinn, we are off to bed. Tell your sweet wife to feel better. That's an order. I will be on tomorrow at 11 a.m. CST. Nice, that's awesome. I wish I could catch you. Unfortunately, I'll have to be in the office tomorrow, but hope you have a great one. Thanks for coming in, Oberlins. Hope you and Cortessa have a great Contessa. Cortessa. Always screw it up. N or R. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. Take it easy. Did you say hot stick of moiety? No, but I should have. Hot stick of moiety. Hot stick of moiety. For anyone new here, hot stick of moi is a Frisian exclamation of something being really good. It literally translates to heart sticking good. Like it's so good your heart stops. Dang it, Gussie, I was trying to make a moiety joke, but I couldn't put it together. You beat me. Amazing. You guys are so witty. All right. Oh, we got to stop the dome. I should call it soon. It's really late. It's 1:21. I'm already an idiot for being up this late. Go. Love it. Super cool. So the tram no longer works to here because the line is broken. But it's interesting now because what he's using is the Starry Expanse to go back and forth to the island. Which I'm sure to Gen is just, it just swells his pride. Autocorrect is the worst, right? Thanks, Autocorrect, for not fixing that. My gosh, so good. Yeah, I need to go to bed soon. I love this game. I just want to keep playing it. I love it so much. Yeah, that is absolutely a sound from Mist. Incredible. All right. We are not going back to that one. We need to go back to this one. Puzzle games are a lot of fun to stream. Yeah, they really are. They really are. Love guessing along. Yeah, it's super fun. Well, and I like the collaboration too of not even just like figuring out the puzzles, but like even having the discussions about the lore, right? Like Parker's jumped in there and said, hey, this is my take. This is what I theorize about this, you know? Like you can have people say, well, what if they did this, you know, or what if this was their reason, or what if they use this for whatever. I mean, even the orb thing that we chipped out of the rock there, or whatever that material was, right? Like even talking about what is it? And so people chiming in with their thoughts on that too is super fun. Interesting. So I was just thinking too, the dome, when the dome flips like that, when we're in the Starry Expanse, we see the gold side. But that's because the whole dome has flipped, right? And because it's shut, it's rotating like this when we're inside Starry Expanse. When we're outside, but the dome is open and we see the gold on this side, the Starry Expanse has got to have the dull side, the kind of metally, rusted dull side, right? So that would be the part in the Starry Expanse, which actually kind of works as a lock. You can only go one way. It's pretty interesting. This one is being suspended. Look. It's being suspended over this chasm. Okay, that's really cool. We're gonna go take that elevator. I want to see where this elevator goes. I am floored by this. I mean, just absolutely astounded, because this is completely new. None of this was here. Have the chunks. Love the music. Oh, interesting. They stuck like an orb up there. Maybe, I don't think it happens naturally. You'd have more of them. The rifts in space choose where they are located. So Gen has to build exactly. So Gen has to build exactly where they are, even though they are in midair. Right. Like Gen isn't in control of where they show up. Just happening. Oh, it's interesting. That's cool though. Oh, we're engaging. We've just engaged that wheel to the elevator. The next stream should be titled "None of This Was Here Before." Orrinn plays Riven 3 Riven episode 3. Right? Trespass in Gen's laboratory. Okay. Hey, Gusty. This was here before, but you know what wasn't here before? The elevator. You got into Gen's laboratory a completely different way that I'm assuming they're like, yeah, that didn't really make as much sense as we thought it did back then. Let's do something else. There was like an air duct that you could just crawl through. What? Fuck. Who said what if they're making the orbs, the storage orbs, the batteries out of this stuff? Who said it? Yeah, you did. Hey, Emmys, guess what, dude? I think you're right, man. Where do we go with? Go right there. In the original, it was an air duct from the cave. Yeah, over the frog trap. So like where we went down those stairs and stuff like that into the deeper part of the cave and stuff, you didn't go down before. You just kind of followed the path straight deeper into the cliff, and at the end of it was like a trap that you would lower. In fact, it looked like this. That was like the top of it, and you lowered it down into a crevice, and when you raise it, it had like these little food pellets, like bait, on the trap. And when you raised it back up, there was a frog inside. Oh, that's a big drop there, buddy. Oh, you hear a plunk like it got in the water. Take a look around here really quick. Don't think there would be any Moiety paint in here. We're gonna unlock the door. Maybe. Now it is an elevator into the cave. Before, the cave was just where Gen trapped frogs. Yep, now it is where he gets the fire marble geodes. Oh my gosh, that's cool. What a great change. All of these in Denis. That is... I don't know what number that is. That is... 3... No, that's 2, 3. That would be 9. That one's that 11, I think. So these are numbered with some Denis text. Different plants, flowers. I wonder. Nope, paint. Shells. Like corals. Okay, here's some wood. So that would probably be important for his studies. He's trying to make books. Yep, here's our... Maybe our flowers? They don't look that different. At least here. Oh, so it looks like these fruits. Maybe it's the fruits from that tree? And the butterflies. Oh, yeah, Kylaris would hate this. Didn't somebody ask earlier why Kylaris hates butterflies? Oh. He's experimenting with the water. So look, this orb is filled with water from Riven. And look what happens. Scared me. I mean, everyone is afraid of something, yeah. So look what happens. You just happen to step far enough away from the door to close. I know, but it scared the crap out of me. The water moves away from heat, even to the point where it somewhat defies gravity. There's a reason for that we'll find out about later. The Rivenese water is special, and it does not like heat. Can't really look through that, can we? Not very well. Oh. There. Thought I could click. Maybe I can't. Maybe this is just used for light. Oh, I wonder if this is like a copy of the Starry Expanse. Like if he's trying to create a model. And maybe those are the different rift points. Some books, paper. Okay. So that'll be a date. I think this would be, what would that be? Is that almost 30? I gotta remember how that works with the double numbers here. That is 12. That'd be 12 plus maybe 30? So what, 42? Is that right? I don't remember how that works. I don't. This is 7. This would be, I don't know, 23? 20, yeah, 23. Last week, one of my acolytes caught a rebel sniffing around the cemetery totem in the jungle. The cemetery totem. Is that what those are? That first number is 87. Are we multiplying there? I don't yeah, I don't remember. We figured it out in the classroom. I don't remember what that was or how to figure that out.
Last week, one of my acolytes caught a rebel sniffing around the cemetery totem in the jungle. In keeping with the general ineptitude of my men, the dog was allowed to escape, but at least the fool had the presence of mind to bring me the object in question. It is a primitive eyepiece into which one of the native numbers has been set. Given the fact that their accursed numeric system requires you to know which way a symbol has been rotated in order to read it, however, there is no way to make sense of it. It is probably an overestimation of the Moides' intelligence to suspect that there may be some greater meaning behind it, but tomorrow I shall send a surveyor out to inspect the other totems, just to be safe. So we did figure out it was numbers on those. First number is 87. It is a 3 and a 12, so 75 plus 12. Gotcha. Okay. Right, because it's the third iteration in their 25, their base 25 system. So if it's 3 at the beginning, that's connected to another number. That means it's 3 times 25, which is 75. And then plus 12. That's right. Oh, and so they have one of those pieces set in the cemetery totem. So those are like gravestones, the totems that are out there. Somebody said before that they might be for people who have died, and it is. They're totems for the dead. So it looks like they're stamping Denis letters into something, maybe the metal, or they're stamping for the paper. I don't know if they'd be stamping paper. Like, I think Gen would be writing them unless he's trying to mass produce almost in like a printing press sort of way. I would think he would still need to write the books. Gen looks for shortcuts though. So this is either for stamping in the metal, where they're containing the rifts. Those might be for making letters in the cover of the book. That's true too, yeah. Stamping into the thicker cover. That would be for pressing pages, right? They do look like leather stamps or something. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. This is interesting. This is super interesting. What's really cool is in the original game, that furnace that we find down at the bottom of by the lake, that was here in the middle. And it's like in the remake, they were like, yeah, get this thing out of here. We've got something new to place here. And that would be Gen's attitude too. I've got something new I need to put here. Get rid of this. Get rid of this this furnace. I don't need it here anymore. These will be work tusks, I'm assuming. He made lamps out of. This is incredible. That's nuts. This is a gun. Primitive gun. There's your sight line. Handle in the front. That's where the muzzle shoots out. I'm assuming that Gen would create some kind of pressure here and also fire. So that is a gun. Oh, maybe dart gun? So it looks like he could administer some kind of substance, because it's not just a dart. It looks like there would be some kind of payload happening there. So maybe he's shooting darts. That's a stamp, right? Is that a kind of stamp? Is that an ink bottle? Pen? Yeah, teapots. Fruit. Believe this is a pipe. Gen's journal here. I don't think we're going to read that all now. We'll have to read it next time. We'll take a look at what we can find in here for now. This is some kind of cartridge. I wonder if... Oh, here, hold on. Looks like he's extracting something. Maybe whatever these pebbles are in this cartridge. So is that a bullet? Is he creating like a bullet? Or is that some other kind of container? You can definitely see you can fill these darts with something at the end there. Yeah, we've got like a scalpel, scissors, some kind of gripping tool. Definitely creating some kind of chemical. Something chemical. Oh. Got the frogs. He's studying the frogs here that he's captured. Maybe extracting something from them. Maybe like a poison. So maybe he's making poison darts. That wouldn't be something strange that's happened in our own world, where maybe he's extracting a poison from the frogs. So those frogs could be poisonous. He extracts a gland from them, maybe. Gets the poison, puts them in the darts. Yep, that is Gen's pipe for smoking frogs. Parker, shh, not yet. We don't want to give it away. I don't think smoking frogs is helping his mental state. You know what, Emmys? You're right. So Gen is... He's crazy. He is crazy. But Gen is extracting, I think, something from the frogs. All right, we'll wait for ads to be over. Oh, those are some big spikes. Big nails. Oh, goodness. Probably some different solvents and things for working with this. An enzyme, perhaps, from the frogs? Yeah, possibly. I have a feeling that the frogs are poisonous. Maybe we'll learn more from his journal. But I have a feeling that the frogs are poisonous. It's possible he's extracting a gland from them and using whatever's excreted is creating a type of poison for those darts. And as Parker was saying, he's smoking something from the frogs. Well, it's possible he's also, if you look here, it looks like this is a burner over a containment bulb. And it would be collecting, so you're like distilling, right? So there would be distillation happening here. You're heating that up. It's releasing some kind of chemical, which is then probably condensating or moving down the pipe here into this receptacle where it would condensate. It looks like it's probably releasing some kind of gas in that process. Maybe you're mixing other chemicals in with it and stuff too. But there's a level of distillation happening here. So it's possible that what Gen is actually doing is taking the poison and using it in more of a raw form to go into poison darts, and then distilling it to create a type of narcotic to smoke in that pipe, or some kind of, you know, like nicotine. I love the vibes. I want to curl up in here with a coffee and read a book. Emmys, for real. Emmys, there are missed books. Is he trying to become a frogman? Which sounds crazy, but does he need something? Or he's not trying to become a frogman, no. He's looking for ways to cope in a world that he does not want to be trapped in for the last 30 years, having been trapped there by his son, who he sees as a betrayer, and a woman who ran off with his son, who he also sees as a betrayer, and he's trying to cope. So he's going to some somewhat extreme measures to do it. He's trying to become Toad from X-Men. Yeah, no, Gen is trying to absolutely cope. So what's interesting is about this table here, you can totally see what he's doing. So you're trying to get the right measurement, the right weight, maybe the right mass. And this is your end product. If you think about it, I think we have 5 domes, but there were 5 orbs in the charging, I'm gonna call it the charging station. There were 5 orbs in the charging station. When they go to refill it for power, they bring along 5 orbs to fit in the antechamber. And so they'll use this to carry them. That's incredible. I just keep remembering he's watching you, like you said. How are we going to escape this guy? Good question. Very good question. And this is here's those containment pods where they get charged. This almost works like, you know, you go to like the pharmacy outside, you know, the suction tubes, or you know, like they send mail through. We're gonna actually try this. Oh, it's cracking it open. Emmys, did you say geode? Pretty sure you said geode. So I'm assuming these blades, like this would probably twist, probably have some kind of mechanical way of turning that, and this would score it until it popped open. I bet that's the chute that goes out to the lake. I wonder if it's getting crushed on the way down and being just discarded into the lake. Wait, hold on. Zoom in on the geode again. I noticed something. Yeah, man. Looks like a star in the center. It kind of looks like it's definitely a geode. It almost looks like those Fresnel lenses in a way, but maybe they're made from the same substance. But it's like we're taking that out of there. It's a magnet. What did that do? Oh, hold on. 1, 2. What are we affecting? You can actually see the other end of that chute at the bottom of the elevator. Really? Like back down that way? Should I go back down? I feel like we're working on this. Can't discard of this one. Yep, down there. Oh. What? Oh, hold on. It's a button. Oh, that has us start over. What is happening here? So this is being magnetically held in place, probably by these right here. So it's being suspended. What is this doing? It's hitting it with something. That's a perfect one. What is that doing? Can't take it from there. Hey, welcome back, Death Star. I know I should be asleep by now. It's almost 2. Am I just leaving it there? Hold on. 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9. So 9 whatever. Forgot you're not on the West Coast like me. Yeah, oh yeah, nope. Can't leave now. We're too far into the game. Oh, CCB, I've gotta. We're tuned in right now. I know! Trust me, listen, I don't want to quit. The counterintuitive aspect of fire marbles that a greater strike force does not always yield. What is that? Does not always. What did he mess up? The counterintuitive aspect of fire marbles that a greater strike does not always yield the maximum energy output never ceases to amaze me. Optimal strike force base value. He scratched it out. Huh. Okay. Fire marble to power marble. Strike force compensation. What? I don't know what this line means. This is plus. That would be. What is that? 5. That's 6 plus 1. So 7, right? Strike force compensation. Is that 7? No, that's 3. 3 rotated. Hold on. Let me think about it. That's that 30. No. Better call it a night. I got doctor's appointment in the morning. Yeah, sounds good, Parker. Thanks for coming in, man. Hope you have a great one. Take it easy. Yeah, I gotta go in a minute too. I really should have been in bed already. So this would be like hey, thank you, Parker. Take it easy. Good talking with you again. Because this is... That's 10. Plus... Oh, this is 15. 15 plus 1. So that's 16. Positive 16. This is negative 7. This is positive 5. Don't... Oh. Is this the charges for each location? Like, this would be Prison Island. This is, I think this is Temple Island. Maybe this one was Jungle? I'm eating a really late dinner. That is breakfast. I'm either really late or really early, right? Yeah. Interesting. We're going to take a picture of this. I'm curious now what we do with this. If we do anything. And maybe that's just what we do now. It's as far as we go. So this would be like shaping it, buffing it. And you would have a collection system there. It's water because that would get hot. So yeah, it's buffing it. Oh, faster. Right? Yeah, actually we had bacon, egg, and cheese crescent rolls for dinner. Not crescent rolls. Bacon, egg, and cheese English muffins for dinner. So yeah, buffing them here. Second breakfast, right? Fast as go. Dripping water on it to keep it from overheating. Maybe that's a substance that helps with polish. She's making giant fire marbles to store energy. So fire marbles are something the Denis have used for generations as a light source, and they hold energy. I know, right, Emmys? That sounds amazing. I'm only having cereal because me and my wife said nope to cooking. That's fair. We've had nights like that for sure. Death Star. Ow. Wondered if we could get the wheel to stop. Ah, interesting. Oh. There's a tram. There's a maglev station there. Interesting. That's where we came to this island up out of. You can see the hole in the water where the heat rings keep the water at bay. I don't think there's anything really to see. I wonder if Gen is the water that is... Yeah. You can see the hose here. So it's like the water that's dripping out of here to keep this cool. And maybe there's a level of like chemicals in there or solvent to help in the polishing. And it's falling into this cistern, which is not only just water, but anything that's getting kind of buffed off, like the minerals and stuff. And that is falling, once that gets high enough, is leaking out into this tube, which is then going out into the lake. I don't think there's anything. To see over here. No, it doesn't look like it. I think this would just give us, if we came around this loop, this would just give us an indication that we could shut these doors this way and then make our way down to the dome, but we already did that. All that detail is so cool. Emmys, I'm telling you, they really think about the world design. Like, it all just kind of makes sense, you know? We're not going in there yet. I don't know where that goes. I have no idea where that goes. I'm wondering if he's making some kind of whirlpool rift escape. From that? Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing with the fire marbles yet. He's definitely gathering energy from the Starfisher, from the Starry Expanse. And he's doing it with these fire marbles that hold the energy. So they're batteries. They're like batteries. I should have been in bed an hour ago. Me too, dude, at least. Gonna get going. Have a good night, everyone. Take it easy, Goose. Have a good one, man. You need a torch for that dark tunnel? Huh. Sure do. Maybe I can take this with me. Except it doesn't seem to want to let go. I don't know. Maybe our eyes will adjust once we're in it. Anyway, that's really cool. I am going to save this. And I think what we'll do is we will come back to this and we'll come back to it next time and get this set back up for Kylaris. I am really dumb for having stayed up this late. I am so stupid. It's ridiculous. 10 seconds on ads.
Good job.
Thanks. I don't know why it doesn't tell me sometimes who posted that. CCB, thanks. Welcome back from ads. You all, y'all. I almost said you all. What an amazing game. I'm so stupid for staying up this late. Should have gone to bed like a couple hours ago. 2.5 hours ago, probably. Should have gone to bed. It's just amazing. I love this game. The lore is so good. Kylaris warned you. She really did. She really did. She's gonna be like, you idiot. I love it though. It's so good. Man, thanks everybody for joining me. Thanks for like getting so invested in it with me. Like, I'm so happy about that because I have a hard time not getting super excited and being so invested in this game. It's incredible to play it where it feels familiar, but it's also so different that I don't always know what's going to happen or how to solve a puzzle. It's incredible. It's really, really fun. I think next time we play Riven, likely Tuesday night, I'm going to try. Work has been nuts, you guys. Work has just been crazy for me and Kylaris. I'm going to try to make Tuesday night happen for bonus night for more Riven. I would really like to play more. So watch out for that. If I don't make it, apologies in advance, but would really like to. It's been incredible. I'm getting so tired. I'm starting to lose my voice. Next time we'll pick up where we left off with Gen's journal. We'll read his journal in the workshop. I didn't dare do that right now. We would be up a lot later. But we'll read Gen's journal next time. See what that has to say. I'm sure it will be very enlightening. It was sitting there on his desktop, so gotta be cool. From there, we'll figure out where to go next. I think we'll go down Dark Tunnel and not go to the next island. We still have an avenue to explore on this one first. So until I hit a dead end, I'll stay on this current island. So we'll see where that goes. I genuinely have no idea where that path leads to. So super fun. I foresee many naps in your future. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Great stream. Had a good time. Emmys, that's awesome. I'm so glad. Yeah, so you guys, check out. I'll be posting these to the YouTube. I started out the first stream with the kids. So it's interesting. The first stream will be the same in the non-kid playlist and the kid playlist. First stream is the same. Where the kid playlist will deviate is actually when they go to bed in the first episode. So first episode, when the kids go to bed, their part will pick up in episode 2 in the kid playlist. In the non-kid playlist, we're continuing on from where they went to bed, and I kept playing for the next like 3 hours or something like that, right? So this is that continuity. We have diverging continuity here on the YouTube. So yeah, I'll be recording more with the kids and posting that to their playlist of playing Riven, and then we have the separate playlist for the streams. And so yeah, just keep that in mind if you're looking to watch them. The kid playlist is really fun, you guys. It's really fun. It's definitely worth a watch. In fact, in some ways, I feel like it's more fun than the streams. The kids are very intuitive. Do they enjoy it? They're loving it, CCB. They're asking me all the time when we can play more. The kids have been really observant, really intuitive with a lot of it. I have to like kind of contain myself, right? Because they'll say something and it'll be so on the nose, but I don't want to always like tell them I want them to experience it, right? So there's some things where I'm like, yeah, I think you're thinking in the right direction or whatever. And then other things I have to like keep my mouth completely shut because I don't want to ruin it for them, you know? They're having an absolute blast. Both of them really love it. So it's super cool. So if you get an opportunity, let me link our YouTube channel in there. I don't do a lot with the YouTube. It's primarily just kind of where I keep streams and stuff, content that I really want to save just to revisit. I don't put a lot of work into the YouTube, a lot of extra work into the YouTube. It's pretty raw material a lot of the time. But Miss Mayhem is found there, as well as some of my playthroughs of single player games. So pretty fun. But yeah, we'll have 2 playlists. The one with the kids, which is not streamed most of it, and the one from our streams. And there is diverging paths there. So super fun. Yeah, but they're having a blast. They're having an amazing time with it. So anyway, with that, hopefully Kylars will be feeling better by Wednesday. So we're looking at tentative Riven playthrough on Tuesday night. Let's see. Wednesday, likely more Pantheon. Would love to get more Pantheon in. And then Friday, we should be returning to FPS Friday with the finals. So we've taken 3 weeks off of finals. So Friday, we should be getting back to finals time. Should be a good time. Hope to see you guys at the next streams. With that, I need to go get some flippin' sleep. I'm starting to feel bad, real bad. I will talk to you later. You guys, thank you so much for joining me and having a great time, all the conversations and stuff. So much fun. Take it easy. Have a great week. And music.